morning, Honorable Albert Bryan Jr., Governor, Senators, Cabinet members, all guests. Thank you. Welcome to the Spring 2023 Spring Revenue Estimating Conference. Act 7521 states that a revenue conference must be held in the fall and the spring of each fiscal year. The spring being the most important to us because it also determines the projected revenues to establish the executive budget for the upcoming fiscal year. We're not going to stick around too much going back and forth. We're going to kick it off real quick. We thank everyone for turning in promptly and showing up on time, and I'm going to hand it off to Director Jennifer O'Neill.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Governor Albert Bryan Jr., Senate President Novell Francis Jr., I see Senator Maurice James, Post Auditor Mr. Vincent, is it Thomas? Samuel, sorry, Mr. Vincent Samuel, other cabinet members, other principals, namely UVI President, Dr. Hall, nice to see you. Thank you all for being here for the Spring Revenue Estimating Conference. We're going to keep this as short as possible, please. We are very interested in your numbers. I reiterate, your numbers. The title, whatever you were formed under, we know that already, so we're good. Skip through that part. Let's talk a lot about your numbers as we project the revenues for fiscal year 24 and 25. I see Senator Milton Potter. Thank you for joining us as well. And with that, I want to welcome Governor Bryan to the stage. Lieutenant Governor Roach will be here a little bit later. But Governor Bryan, your remarks, please. And my apologies, Chief of Staff Knight, I forgot to introduce you.
Good morning, everybody. Y'all acting like I feel, like wake up. Wasn't coffee in the back? Please sit down. Unless y'all want to do some stretches. First this morning, I'd like to say good morning to, of course, our Senate President, other cabinet members, my Chief of Staff, other agencies that might be here. First this morning, I want to say thanks and praises to the Most High and give him honor and recognize him for the incredible blessing he has bestowed on the Virgin Islands over the last 4 years that this administration at least has been here. Because today is a good day. I mean, I spent 8 years, maybe 20 years, looking at Virgin Islands finances. I mean, the budget book to me is like when you were small, those come out. Y'all remember that? My mother used to tell me, circle all where you want, stick them up on the wall. That's the closest you're gonna get to them. But the budget book is like that to me. And I, for years and years, I mean, I go back and keep them looking at the numbers, and I can say that we are in a very, very good time in the Virgin Islands. The Revenue Estimating Conference is especially dear to me because when I was in Generation Now with Carl and Adrian and some of you others who are here, Novell, we actually lobbied the Senate to make this conference happen. And Senator Samuel Sanis moved the legislation to have the Revenue Estimating Conference because every year we would, botch up the revenues or we wouldn't have enough money. This year, I mean, we're talking about what can be done, and that's why we want to keep it close with the numbers because the revenues look good. They look good last year, they look good the year before, and they looked good the year before that. But as we move through this place of prosperity, we have to be guarded. We have to be careful about how we move fixed costs and how we're going to manage that in the future. Because after 7 years of feast comes 7 years of famine. So when we're moving costs along, how much it costs, how big we're building the building, how much it costs to maintain, what it costs to insure, what employee salaries are. we have to remember that there will come a day when we will be struggling to meet that. And a special note out to my legislators, you know, legislatively for bargaining units, we have to be very careful because we hyperinflate salaries to a point where departments cannot afford. As good as things are, you can ask most of our departments, after they pay for fringe salary and a little bit of rent, power, water, that's it. There's hardly any general fund money there to do programs. All the stuff we're doing is out of federal programs. Those days will go away. We have to find a way to be able to, number one, cover our expenses, especially for waste management. We are at least $10, $15 million under budgeted at this point. Funding gaps at the hospital, who's at least 5 to 10 million apiece underfunded at this point. We have to, you can't forget that those things are still looming, things that need to be done in our community. So as we celebrate the revenues and everything that we're doing, we also have to be cognizant that, you know, it's very easy to raise people's salaries. It's like pulling teeth to ask them to give it back. So let's take a guided course where we could be able to afford what we do, the sustainability, and let's leave room for disappointment. One of the things I want you to pay attention to today is for all the projects that we have projected, you'll hear from the labor commissioner, the unemployment rate in St. Thomas is about 3% and about 4.5% in St. Croix. So wanting to do all these things are great, but where do the people come from? How do we continue to power economy? Where do we house them? All of those are things as we deliberate, not only about the revenue, but the impact of all these departments and projects and what they're going to be doing to our community. So I'm looking forward to a good revenue estimating conference. When you come up here, I feel like I get my chance to be Novelle Francis and Donna Fred Gregory and grill you while you're sitting up here. It's not personal. It's not personal. I just want to know the numbers. So thank you, everybody, for participating. Let's have a great conference.
Thank you, Governor, and welcome also to Senator Donna Fred Gregory. Thank you for joining us. We will now begin. And our first presenter is Sahil Ramchandani, Strategic Analyst at OMB, to give a quick revenue outlook. And then we will kick off with the presentations, beginning with tourism, Commissioner Bashelti, and then Commissioner Malloy following him. So Sahil, you're up. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sahil Ramchandani, and I serve as the Strategic Analyst at OMB, primarily focusing on revenues. As Director O'Neill stated, today I'll be giving a brief presentation to highlight our overall revenue outlook for the territory. Before I begin my presentation, I just want to say a very quick story. About a year and a half ago, I participated in my first revenue conference, being relatively new to government. I was nervous, I kept quiet, and I participated as a fly on the wall, just soaking in all the info I could. About 6 months later, I participated in my second one, and I was able to engage in the discussion, feel more empowered to really ask meaningful questions and be a part in the conference. What was good about that is that there were 20 young professionals also joining me in the room because of the GVI Fellows Program. And then that brings me to today, where I'm now at the point where I can finally present and stand behind the podium for the first time, along with two cohorts who are joining us online in the GVI Fellows Program. So I just want to say thank you to this administration for opening up the avenue for young professionals to join and contribute in very meaningful ways. Now let's begin the presentation. So first, we will preface with the U.S. economic outlook before diving into our revenue numbers. I believe it's important to look at what's happening on a macroeconomic level and how that may impact us as a territory. As of right now, the U.S. economy is proving to be resilient despite mounting pressures. Real GDP increased in the last 2 quarters of 22, which is welcoming news after facing consecutive decreases in the first 2 quarters of 2022. Inflation remains high, and we've seen the Federal Reserve raise interest rates in efforts to quell it. Given that wages are increasing at roughly half the pace of prices, households are being forced to either spend down savings or augment their incomes with credit. This is important for us to note as we're a tourism-driven economy, and we often see the trickle-down effects of what's happening in the mainland. The economy remains volatile, and risk factors such as a war in Ukraine or the potential reemergence of a pandemic can negatively impact global supply chains. Going forward, I want to encourage all of us to carefully monitor the economic conditions and consider the potential impact it can have to our collections. Next, we will look at our USVI revenue outlook. So, if we have the graphs, there's nothing on the screens? Oh. Okay, well, this happened to me twice now. Okay, so the graphs that would be depicted on the screen show that our total operating collections for the past 4 years, along with our current fiscal year 23 expectations and forecasted amounts for fiscal year 24 and 25. These are gross figures that show the total overall collections, not inclusive of tax refunds, transfers in and out, and revenue from alternative funding sources. Over the past 4 years, we've seen the revenues trend upwards, driven by increased collections in income taxes and the resumption of excise tax collections in 2021. Net projections for fiscal year 23 are currently at $914 million, and fiscal year 24's preliminary projection is at $929 million. These bottom line numbers are essential for planning as it helps us establish ceilings and ultimately propose the budget recommendations. To derive at our bottom lines, we rely on the collaboration of all our revenue generating agencies and departments. We strive to have data insights to guide our forecasts, and that is only possible with the information provided by all the experts in this room today. So with that being said, we look forward to hearing everyone's presentation, and thank you. Any questions? Sorry, what? Handouts. For the presentations? We can have them shared with everybody via email. I don't think we have handouts. Not hearing any more questions. That would. It's projected with higher gross receipts currently. That's driving it up. We have projected increases in real property tax, in licenses. There are multiple factors that are feeding in to drive the overall bottom line, but the biggest driver is the gross receipts tax projection. Yes, sir.
I am assuming also that there are areas that you are projecting decreases also.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes.
You have any idea what will be the top sources or categories that you believe will be decreased?
We see right now a current decrease in corporate income. We had a lot of FEMA projects going on, and there were some catch-up payments, and we had some of the highest collections ever, in that exceeding 100 million. We think that will normalize and go back down vastly to like roughly 75 million.
In your projections, did you include also indirect costs, revenue from your federal programs?
Absolutely.
And I suspect that there are decreases in those indirect costs
Correct.
categories because of the increase in the federal.
Correct.
Thank you very much.
Not hearing any more questions, we can move along. I believe tourism is next with Commissioner Bushelty.
Morning, everyone. Morning. Morning, Governor. Morning, Senate President Novell Francis, senators in the room, cabinet members, Chief of Staff Knight. Morning, everyone listening and viewing. I have the distinct honor to represent the Department of Tourism in our revenue projections for 2024, fiscal year 2024, but in order to give a good perspective on where we are, we should have a good understanding of how the revenue is generated and where we're coming from. And for us, some tenets that are very important. So airlift is critical, accommodations, crews. We have some data on our hotel rates, which drive our hotel occupancy tax, which funds us. Of course, revenue. And then there's a tax revenue piece that all of us in here are very concerned about. Hi. For us, we've had a very, very strong past 3 years. The U.S. Virgin Islands has done extremely well in the pandemic and now post-pandemic. We made some decisions led by Governor Bryan and Lieutenant Roach on opening in June of 2020, and that allowed us to position ourselves well for the unique situation, which was COVID. In both St. Thomas and St. Croix, our airlift is significantly more than it was pre-COVID. So in St. Thomas, and what we look at for us for these purposes, flights in from the continental U.S., which represents 90+% of our tourism business on the overnight side. St. Thomas had an increase of 21%, and St. Croix had an increase of 23% of seats into the territory during that period. For the rolling 12 months, was up 22% and was up 15% from before the pandemic. So this is a testament to how strong the territory is doing, and we are still growing. in spite of transitioning into the endemic phase, and this is even with airfare. $20 to 25% of the rest of the Caribbean on average. We have seen a 35% increase in seats to the territory post-COVID than what we had in before 19. And this is important because we do not see fiscal year 2021 as the norm. That was a very unique situation. There were many factors involved. But what we do see as the comp is 2019. We were trending very strong before COVID, and we see that as a benchmark for us. And to be up 35% over that is really, really strong, especially in our business as competitive as it is. The next slide shows where we have seen a decrease in total seats to the territory. This slide can be a bit concerning if you don't understand what's behind the numbers. So in 2021, on average, we were having 213 flights in, 79 flights in now for winter 2023, and a difference of almost 1,000 seats. But to understand why the difference of 1,000 seats, you have to take a look at the regional airlift that we've lost. So in 2019, Cape Air had about 3,300 flights. Today they have about 1,200. Liat had a series of flights, and now they're down to one a week. Inter-Caribbean had 1,200 seats, and they're down to 0. So our difference in where our seats into the territory are driven by regional seats. On the flip side, for us, and for the hotel people, and for the taxi drivers and everybody else, our seats from the continental US are up. And that's always our benchmark. So anytime we see a Saturday in St. Thomas come in and we have 20 plus flights and over 3,000 people, we are doing well. The next slide goes and goes a little further into where we are for 2023. And for the winter, we're down 2,000, roughly 2,000 seats. And again, that's driven by the regional reduction. And in St. Thomas, we're averaging weekly about 20,000 seats into the territory, and St. Croix about 5,500 seats. Of course, for us in the business, you cannot grow airlift if you don't have adequate accommodations. In marketing, we talk about reaching diminishing returns. And that in a nutshell is if we continue to market and promote the territory, and there are either no airlift seats into the territory or no hotels, then we start to see diminishing returns. A good example of that is Carnival 2023 in St. Thomas. So we already are getting feelers that St. Thomas has no hotels for the week of Carnival, no rental cars for the week of Carnival, and we only dropped one night of the village so far. So when we look at our ability to grow tourism, we need rooms if we're going to be in the game in that side. If we're not going to be in the game, then we'll do what we're doing. And when the complaints come about airlift, we have to understand that the airlines are not sending airlines in if we don't have the rooms. So an example of this, if we take a look at it, and these are traditional hotel rooms. We have about 2,800 in the territory, 900 villas, and about 250 plus charter yachts, which is growing as we speak. Now, what's not included in here that is a big part of our business are the timeshares. And the timeshares represent almost 1,800 or so rooms, and I'm sure Lisa Hamilton will give a clarification on that as we move. The timeshares are very important, and the reason why we didn't include them in this is because we were really trying to center up and align with where the STARS Act is as we move in growth to get new hotels. But the timeshares are doing extremely well. They're probably our shiniest star of them all because they average over 95% occupancy. And those of us in the room that don't know who some of the timeshares are, who are listening, Frenchman Cove, all of the Bluebirds properties, so that's Bluebirds Castle, Lime Tree out in the country, Wyndham, all of those are timeshare properties, the Westin in St. John, and all of them are doing extremely well. Now, we do have some good news coming, and like we like to say in the business, we have a big, shiny toy coming in the Westin Frenchman Reef. We are hopeful that it opens sometime in the next few months. And the reason why I say hopeful, because we've seen it be almost like the, that goalpost that keeps moving. That's kind of like how it's been. So we're hoping that at some point we get to a place where we get a firm date. And we in tourism are very mindful of what's going on, because we have seen numerous groups cancel at the West End and move because the property wasn't ready. And that's not only a negative to the West End, but it's a negative to the destination. When people are excited to come to the destination and then the property they were going to stay is not open. And then at that property, there's also an additional almost 100 rooms, which is at where the former Morningstar used to be. And we expect that to be open sooner, if not at the same time as the West End. And of course, Sugar Bay, if you've ever driven through Sweet Bay recently, that work has begun out there, so we hope to see an additional 300 rooms come online soon. The next slide, Airbnb and VRBO. This slide is a very good illustration of why we have been as successful as we have been over the past 3 years. Revenues from that particular space are up 11%. 2019, we were about 14 million in that space, jumped to 36 million. 2023, we're expecting $41 million. So whenever we sit back and we wonder where are all these people staying, this slide shows you that they are staying in Airbnb, VRBOs, home away from home. This is a critical slide because this keeps us at the top of the pinnacle in the space that we are trying so hard to compete in. You take a look at the next chart, shows why. Our supply nights and demand nights continue to rise. So we had 73,000 rooms available in 2019, that jumped to 106, that jumped to 112. And I think some of this could be a credit to the legislature when they allowed a bill to pass to allow that extra room to be built in houses, which allow people to use those. And we continue to see things moving well. Now, this has been our anchor of tourism for as long as I can remember, which is the cruise sector. That has come back extremely strong for us, and it has offset a little bit of the fall off that we've seen in the airlift regionally. We expect to see an increase in 2023 of almost 650,000 new passengers. Waiko is expected to come in at a little under 1 million, Crown Bay at 700,000, and in St. Croix we expect to see somewhere around 200,000+ passengers in Frederiksted. The next slide speaks specifically about where we will be in 2022, and that shows us crossing the $1 million mark for the first time post-COVID. Yeah, I don't know, I can't see. Yeah, 2022 in this year. That's what's up there, right? Yeah, 2022. So we expect to see 1 million passengers total. And what the part to take away with the cruise ship side is occupancy levels on the ships have come back faster than we thought it was going to come back. So now the ships are coming into the territory at 90% plus, which we didn't expect to have happen until sometime in late 23. STR data. This slide, I think if we want to take a slide to show how strong our performance has been, this slide illustrates it. The territory in 2022 had a 75% occupancy rate, while the rest of the Caribbean had 38%. This is important for us to know, that we are outperforming the Caribbean. Now, there are some destinations that are doing as well as we are, and that's Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico, Jamaica, Anguilla are doing as well as we are. But this next slide, move down to 2022 ADR, which is the average daily rate. This is critical. The average daily rate in 2022 in the USVI was $605. So not only are we performing at a high level, people are paying extremely high daily rates to stay in our hotels. RevPAR, which is revenue per available room, is $366, where the rest of the Caribbean is $91. The territory is performing extremely strong. And that is due to the tourism department and our marketing efforts, where in the pandemic we raised our household income from a little under 100,000 to 125,000 plus. So the travelers that are coming into the territory earn more money, and hence they are able to spend more to stay in our properties in the territory. The next slide shows hotel tax revenue collected. This, again, is a very positive trend for the territory. January year-to-date, fiscal 2019, we were at $5.4 million, which was a very good month over the course of history. Year-to-date, 2022, when we were killing it, we brought in $5.1 million. And in January of this year, we're bringing in $11.5 million for the month. So when we speak about what we're doing, this is evidence of how strong we're performing. We moved to hotel tax revenue just to give some comparison. In December of 19, it was $3.8 million, and in December of 2022, it was $5.8 million. So very, very strong performance. And I want to give a commendation to all our hotel employees, Airbnb owners, taxi drivers, and all the people that support the tourism industry, because this is proof that we are doing extremely well in our space. We can move past slide 13. I'm getting the speed up from Jennifer, so I'm going to move quickly. Tourism revenue estimate snapshot. We expect a 3.5% growth rate for 2023. We expect the growth to continue in fiscal 2024, but at 6%. I put a caveat on this, and the governor mentioned 7 years of feast, 7 years of famine. You know, we want to make sure that the room, senators, governors understand that this is, and the private sector, that we are all in this together. If we do not keep the product clean, safe, and do the things that we have to do in the blocking and tackling, we will fall. Because the competition post-COVID is intense. You have lots of destinations with extremely big budgets because they didn't spend in COVID and they're spending now, and we recognize that. Just to close out, we have made a request for the fiscal 2024 of $39 million. We're hopeful that we can continue to aggressively push the destination and stay top of mind and continue to compete and win. And with that, I'd like to thank you for allowing us a chance to share what we've been doing. No. The dude had it. Oh, sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen, just for the record, when you have a question, please raise your hand. We need you to speak. We need you to speak into the mic because of our online audience. So we need you to ask the question into the mic so our participants online and all our viewers online can hear whatever question is being asked. So please raise your hand. We'll have one of our GVI fellows come and hand you the mic so you can ask your question. And I love the enthusiasm of our commissioner, but we do ask that you keep your presentations short and sweet moving forward so we can get all presenters in. Thank you again, Commissioner.
That's the benefit of going early.
We have questions?
Sí.
Okay. My question is, Commissioner, when you talk about the increase in St. Croix, I wanted to be specific. It is up 35%. That's airlift. That has nothing to do with the cruise ships coming into St. Croix, right? And it is important to note, too, that the refinery is closed, which account for at least 30 to 40% of the airlift in St. Croix. So how do you credit for so much increase in passenger run in St. Croix?
Yeah, thank you. Correct. The 35% we spoke about is airlift, because on the cruise side is actually almost 150% increase, actually almost 300% increase in ships coming into St. Croix this year and expected into next year. But on the airlift side, what we've seen is demand is high for the U.S. Virgin Islands, and we do have a specific marketing campaign for St. Croix. What we've also seen is the Airbnb side continues to perform well on St. Croix. And we have been pushing aggressively with our airlift partners to increase lift into the territory and especially into St. Croix. So what we've seen has been plateaus and then a rise. So a good example would be Delta. So they weren't coming every day. Now they come 3 or 4 days, and then they'll rise again in the summer, early part of the summer, And then, of course, hurricane season will go down. So over festival, there was a lot of traffic in the flights coming in. And what we are trying to do now is level out that airlift into St. Croix. And of course, with the refinery closing, that hurt us because that was a lot of business that was coming through. But the tourism side is still doing strong.
Thank you and good morning. So you moved kind of swiftly with the slides, and of course we don't have copies of the slides. So let me ask you, when you made reference to the hotel tax, and in the month of January of this year, you've seen 11.5 million, is that
Yes.
an aggregate for that's just the month?
Right.
Okay, so did you, and I'm not sure, so I'm asking, did you share the amounts for the previous months, and did you share projections out to the end of this fiscal year?
Okay. No, we did not share. We only shared December of 2022 and
And
January.
what was that number for December of 2022?
December of 2022 was
No, no, no.
5.8 million.
No, so you didn't share October, November, leading up to this fiscal year. So what we're trying to get is, so what is your projection through the end of this fiscal year? So we started in October, and we're going all the way out to September
Yeah.
of 23.
Yeah, we're
So-
projecting a little under 37 million.
So 37 million, okay. All right, and that's an average, because 11.5 was a good month.
Great.
So that's on average, how much per month, on average?
On average, well, it's like right around 3 million a month, on average. We anticipate, the seasonality returning a little bit, so we expect the summer to be slower than it has
Slow.
been. So we expect a drop off, especially in August and September, our two slowest months historically. But we expect March to be strong and April to be strong. And then we expect to see a little decline until June and July, and then fade out.
You pick back up. Okay, that's what I needed to understand. Where do you see your slower months? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Commissioner, you said you put in a request of 39 million. Is that your budget request?
Yeah, well, we put in 32 million with a supplemental of 7 million per our OMB budget director. But since we're in the room with the people who help make the decisions, the governor, the senators, we're going to ask for what we think we need.
Commissioner,
So that's what we did.
Commissioner, what increase is that above
That
your
is
last?
up- we are about, this year is somewhere between, like right around 32 and a half million.
Yes. So you're saying then that you're looking at, what, 7.5 million increase?
Right.
The question is, what exactly would that 7.5 million accommodate?
Yeah, that 7.5 million is predominantly marked toward marketing and advertising for the territory. Specifically, an aggressive push on St. Croix and an aggressive push for St. Thomas and St. John. And additionally, we have money set aside to aggressively go after airlift. In the airlift game, there is an opportunity to co-market, to get new lift into the territory. We especially have that identified with several of our airline partners for new lift into St. Croix. So we want to have the money available when we speak with them. We meet with all of the airlines next week, that we could aggressively push that initiative.
Commissioner, what is your expected return on that sort of investment? That's a major investment. What do you expect a return will be? Would that just be keeping our market share, or would you be targeting new market share, new revenues?
Definitely we'll be targeting new market share. Again, we do have a potential ceiling in terms of accommodations. However, what we've seen over the past 3 to 5 years is that elasticity is stretched by the Airbnb and sharing economy. So we expect that if the business continues to come, that space will continue to grow.
One final question for you, Commissioner, and maybe later somebody from IMB will answer this. How is those additional revenues from Airbnb, how would they be collected? Are we prepared to accommodate in our revenue system, getting those revenues?
Yeah, well, the government has a relationship through IRB with Airbnb, and I'm hopeful. I mean, it appears that it's working well because we've seen the numbers come in. But we don't, in tourism, don't have direct access with that tax collection process.
Yeah, I'd just like to mention, good morning, Lieutenant Governor, that we're going to be moving forward a little bit more aggressively with our Airbnbs to cut the traffic there so we could make room for workforce housing. Because while the tourism is good, we still have a lot of capital projects that we need to get done, and people can't come in and move to the territory. Our working class people are paying too much for rent. So we're hoping with the opening of the Marriott Frenchman's Reef, the finishing of Sugar Bay, that coming along, that we have a lot more workforce housing available. The real potential for growth in the tourism market is the cruise ships. They still haven't peaked out in terms of passenger carrying. I think they're predicting somewhere around 70 or 80% for next year in terms of ridership on our cruise ships.
90.
So we're going to be getting back that way as well too. We almost have too much growth.
You won't hear me say that, Gov.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioner Bochelty. You spoke to the importance of airlift and the average spend per night, which is $600 per person. And you also spoke to the trend in terms of slow and fast season, etc. But what is the department doing in respect to doing the slow periods and assisting with or promoting and advertising different activities to help keep it more on a level playing field when it comes to airlift coming into the territory and basically showing off our product at the same time? What is being done from the department perspective?
Yeah, thank you, Senator Blinder. Great question. We have been using our Division of Festivals as a conduit in providing entertainment content directly and indirectly for the slow months. So we've been sponsoring music festivals. So we have a couple of them coming up this summer, one in St. Thomas. We have the St. Croix Caribbean Festival that had its first event last month. We have another one this month and another one in May. And those help offset some of what we believe are down periods in the hotels. We've also begun to aggressively grow our sports tourism business, and we are marketing aggressively with different sports entities to come into both districts, particularly in the summer. And even though most of the limelight goes on professional teams, we are actually trying to cater to some of the non-traditional sports, like lacrosse, for example, to utilize the facility on St. Croix, the FIFA pitch, and have teams come in over the summer, which will fill rooms and at the same time allow for some of our facilities that may not be optimized in use to get use. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We will now have Commissioner Malloy. 3 minutes. Thank you.
Senators present, good morning to my colleagues. Thank you for having us here at the Revenue Estimating Conference. We're not going to be able to present revenues, but we're going to show you how we can spend the money and to try to help the workforce grow a little faster. First of all, this presentation is going to look at the overview and changes that are affecting the workforce in USVI. We're also going to look at the current workforce development training programs and initiatives that we've been working on. So let's look at the changes and let's jump right into it. If we look at the labor force measures, first of all, unemployment and the labor participation rate, we're going to be able to see that the labor participation rate is 49.2%. And what that means is of the population, of the 80,000 population that we have, we're looking at that 49.2% of individuals that are either working or available for work or actively seeking work. The unemployment rates at the beginning of 2022 were as high as 8.4% and declined to as low as 4.2%. Right now, as of December, it's 4.2% for the territory. The St. Thomas St. John district is at 3.5%, and the St. Croix district is about 5%. Impacts on the economy, the labor participation rate shows that again, there's not enough people that's returning into the workforce. That's one thing that it shows. Also, there's a structural misalignment that indicates that persons who are unemployed or on other government safety net programs tend to exhaust the period on those programs. They're also migrated outside the United States, Virgin Islands, as well as they are, or maybe they're not skilled enough or have enough skills to return back to work. Some of the resolutions that we're going to propose to be able to do that is we're looking at the reduction of the number of weeks for the unemployment benefits from 26 weeks, which we currently pay out now, to 13 weeks. We're looking for more resources dedicated to supplementing the federal funds that we have, that we use for training, and expansion and incentives for the certification, training programs, and other the educational service providers. When we look at the unemployment insurance reforms, the tax reforms that needs to happen, one, the tax reform measure, we've been talking about the payroll variation that's going to be rolled out in January of 2024. The impact on the tax reform measures it's anticipated that we need to achieve the coming compliance with the federal law. We need to make sure that we're providing the employers with an experience rating. We need to make sure that there's sufficient funding to cover the yearly benefit cost and to deter the need for borrowing. We need to make sure that we know we're starting early to let you know that the projected rate of increase from the 2.5% flat rate is looking to increase to a minimum of 4.16%, and it should not go more than 5.4%. Also, we're looking at making sure that the Federal Unemployment Tax Act, or the FUTA, that we're trying to make sure we get back to the rate of 0.6%. That is not going to occur until the debt is paid off, and currently it's about $96 million. The benefit for the reform in terms of reducing the number of weeks of unemployment benefits from 26 to 13 weeks, it's going to help improve the rate of the persons returning to employment and help to grow the economy. Also, it's going to reduce the cost on the trust fund reserves. And just an example, the maximum weekly benefit amount right now as of 2023 is $642 a week. If we look at that, if it was based on the 26 weeks, it would be about $16,692 versus the $8,346. When we look at workforce development and program initiatives, first of all, I wanted to just make sure that we are aware that within this workforce group, we have a lot of partners. You hear about the AJC, or the America's Job Centers. The America's Job Centers includes Department of Labor, Department of Education, Department of Human Services, Veterans Affairs. Within Human Services, vocational rehabilitation. Also, other partners that help us in this workforce space is that we have the council, a 9-member council for the Apprenticeship Council. We also have the Workforce Development Board, which is an advisory board to Governor Bryan, which has about 27 members. We also have ICF. They're a managing partner that helps us to manage the Skills for Today program. And we have Workforce 180 in the space. So those are the partners that helped us navigate through this system. So let's get right to it. Within workforce, the issue is supply and demand. And when we look at calendar year 2022, we saw that 1,776 individuals were unemployed. We also saw that we had 3,251 job openings that were posted and listed in our view system. Of that, we had job seekers. The only individuals that were looking for jobs was about 1,389 individuals. when we look at this slide, tells us the job openings versus the referrals in the industry. What the Department of Labor has been doing, we've been doing a tremendous job with all those partners in making sure we do our referrals. So what this slide showed, in orange, you're going to see that the number of openings, the most openings that we have in our VIEW system is in the construction area. There are about 662 jobs that were open and posted within the VIEW system. And also, we made over 1,000 referrals. So we're referring for the jobs that are open. This slide just gives a brief analysis in terms of what's happening with our training for calendar year 2022, and we've updated it to include the numbers up to March of 2023. The industry sectors, those are the demand sectors that are articulated by the Workforce Development Board, as well as they link to Vision 2040. When you see WIOA, that's the Workforce Innovation Opportunity, that's our federal dollars. We've been able to train 167 individuals in those industry areas. The skills for today, we've been able to train 574 individuals that have been affected by the Skills for Today program. That is the $10 million grant that we received from the Community Development Block Grant that we received from VI Housing Finance Authority. We're expected to train 640 individuals, and that funding expires in May of this year. And then the apprenticeship program, we've been able to affect 46 individuals. So just a note there, the funding for the Community Development Block Grant is the funding that funds the Skills for Today. Also, some of the funds from that grant is being used to help the apprenticeship programs. So we're doing all this training, and we're telling you about the supply and demand, what's happening with entered employment. When we look at entered employment, those individuals who are entering the employment when you look at the program year 2022, we look at the second quarter. Second quarter, we had about all the participants were about 47.5% of the population that was involved there in entered employment. The red shows that number in the second quarter. The purple shows that after those individuals, when we look at the numbers that included those that received training, it went higher to 66.2%. So it's showing that the training is having an impact on those individuals getting jobs. When we look at the fourth quarter, it was a 54%, and then again, those that are receiving training within that number, it rose to 69.6%. The Registered Apprenticeship Program is one of the ways that we definitely have to move within the Virgin Islands. Currently, we have 46 registered apprentices, 8 sponsors, and these are the sponsors. Their logos are there, and the occupations range from masseuse therapy all the way to recreation. And so we're making our projections within the next 6 months to 1 year that we're going to move from the 8 sponsors to 14 and to have a total of 22. And then on the apprenticeship side, on the apprentice side, we're going to move from 46. We're trying to increase that to another 45 to have a total of 91 within the next 6 months to a year. This slide shows that the pipeline is a major issue, and to be able to affect the pipeline, we definitely have to have a strategy that involves education, and this is one of the ways that the Department of Labor is engaging with the Department of Education to ensure that there's a consistent pipeline and a bridge between the employers and how we're leading to those targeted industries which are identified in the Vision 2040. So education, we're already on board. We already started our discussions, and we are moving forward with this. We also look at the pipeline of the individuals that are graduating from UVI as well. Forecast for, or request for 24 and 25. Vital and our partners, we're doing a lot of training and referring a lot of job seekers, but what we're seeing is more focus needs to be on case management that is more accurately, that more accurately monitors the placement of those jobs, excuse me, to meet the demands. Also, the training is being done primarily based on the job seeker's interest and being provided primarily by 18 providers that are identified and on the Workforce Development Board's eligibility listing. So we're going to be requesting an additional $6 million in general fund for each fiscal year 2024 and 25, so that we can be able to keep up with the development of the pipeline as well as to keep pace with the demand and the training timelines. What's important about the training timelines is that it's based on work-based learning solution or work-based learning initiative. And if you're looking at customized training, that's normally between 2 to 6 weeks. If you're looking at incumbent worker training, it's normally between 6 to 8 weeks. You're looking at the on-the-job training is normally up to 6 months. And when we look at registered apprenticeships, is 12 months to 15 months. This is how we're looking and asking the request for. We're looking at more short-term credential programs that's going to lead to more instruction and subsidizing the cost of those individuals on the job training. We're looking at 175 individuals each year for a total of about 3.5 million. We're looking at to expand it, registered apprenticeships. While there are federal dollars out there, we need to make sure that there's a local match. We're going after the federal dollars. We've received $300,000 and we are trying to go after more money, but right now, most of the employers that to be able to take part in the apprenticeship program, they need some sort of a subsidy, and we need to make sure, so we're asking for $1 million each year. And then mini grants for the nonprofit organizations. What we're seeing in the individuals that we're training, some individuals need additional training, and they need additional support. They need tutoring, they need development. We're looking at the nonprofit organizations to help us with that, because we're not in this alone. In addition to it, we're partnering with education in this area as well. We're looking at mini grants, preferably to the VA Council of the Arts, to help support individuals that have interest in the arts and media programming. So we're looking at $300,000 there. And then for our business service staff and infrastructure, we're looking to be able to have 6 more staff available to sustain them over both years, and then looking to train 250 more job seekers in work readiness, 250 more in soft skills training, which we're partnering with the Department of Tourism, and looking at 100 credentials. Any questions?
Commissioner, I just wanted to congratulate you on the great work your department is doing. But I wanted to pause right here and emphasize strategy in terms of the Brian Roach administration for the legislature, because in the 34th legislature, I vetoed a measure to increase wages for government workers, the minimum wage for government workers. And when you look at what's happening on the chart, you see there's a 4.2% unemployment rate in the Virgin Islands, which tells us that that's zero unemployment. That means that 4.2 are people who are moving from one job to the next, not necessarily basically unemployed. The other thing that's indicative is the amount of people that are using all of their unemployment in the US is averaging around 20%. In the Virgin Islands, 100% of the people are using all of their unemployment, which means they're just home cooling out, they ain't looking for a job until it's finished because they can afford to. This is putting incredible pressure on wages, which is going to make wages rise, which makes inflation rise. When you look at that 3.2%, 3.5% unemployment in St. Thomas, St. John, the Marriott is going to open this year. They need 300 to 500 workers for the season. Where are those workers going to come from? Other hotels. And in order to get them to work, they're going to have to pay higher wages. It's already there already, which increases costs of everything across the board. So on the U.S. economic agenda, what they're doing is raising the interest rates to slow the economy. Our economy is on fire. So it's incredible inflation. I would like to commend the legislature for bringing back the retirement bill that allows people to return to the workforce, which is, you see that 49% unemployment rate, workforce participation, that's too many people retired early. So they're not coming back to the workplace. We need those people back in to keep control of wages again. So when you talk about strategy for us, we got to figure out now how to get more people to participate, keep wages flatter, and then force people to go to training because there's a heap of training available so they could upskill rather than staying in the same position and getting paid more, which creates no value for us or the company. It just accelerates costs and inflation. And when people are saying, well, everything moving too slow, the project's moving too slow, the Envision program moving too slow, this moving too slow, you see how long it's taken the Marriott to open up. That's only one project. And the Wyndham is on its way. They've already done the roofs now. So by late 2024, that's going to come on. That's another 300 workers or so. And then we have the hotel and the airport out for bid here, and a couple of hotels in St. Croix that are either expanding or building. It's more, and the refinery closed, more pressure on our economy. Great for revenue because the taxes for withholding are going to go up. But bad in terms of when you're going to see today how many more projects that we have coming on, the expansion of the airport, the broadening of downtown. You can hear the projects today. Where are those workers coming from? We're going to spend a lot of time swapping workers between public sector and public sector, private sector and public sector, and nothing will get done because we're too busy changing jobs and making more money. So threats that I'm seeing along the way. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you. Morning, Commissioner Malloy. I'm glad the governor spoke from my angle because I have two quick questions. The first question I had was with the training grant that you received that expires in, you said May of this year?
Yes, of this year.
Just a couple of months down the road. So you say you had like 600 individuals. How many of those individuals for the training of that 600 have been in a program, and what's going on with that?
Well, with the program, the program is slated to train 640 individuals territory-wide, 400 in construction, and another 240 in the other areas based on the job training. So right now, based on the slide that I showed, we've impacted about 574 individuals within that program already, of which 373 are within the construction area. So those individuals have either completed their NCCR, their core, and or been able to be a level 1 carpenter, level 1 electrician, a level 1 in terms of welding. We've been doing a lot of welding. We're on our 6th cohort for welding right now.
And you answered my second question because I wanted to know exactly what areas they were hired in. Thank you so much for your response.
Thank you.
Commissioner, the Commissioner for Joburg Shelters used 2022 numbers.
Use 2022 numbers?
Yeah, I think I can speak aloud. Okay, good. 2022 is his base year. For comparisons, your 4.2% and your 3.5% were, I'm sorry, he used 2019. Your 4.2 and your 3.5 were 2022 numbers. What is your labor participation rate in 2019? And the second question is, yesterday the Commissioner for Planning and Natural Resources before the Senate made a pitch or plea for a certain kind of workforce that he needs, because a lot of the permitting process and all of those things are being held up because of a certain kind of skill. The governor mentioned that people coming back to work, but the real reason why people are coming back to work is there are special kind of skills that we are looking for that we have not been able to match, even in the government sector. What the strategy for that? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the questions. First, I'll have to research the participation rate for 2019. In terms of the strategies with workforce, we're looking at work-based learning strategies. And that's why I mentioned the timeline, whether we're doing customized training, whether we're doing incumbent worker training. Part of the specific positions that the DPNR is looking for, we've been working very closely with Commissioner Oriel on helping him to fill the positions for the libraries. So once the information is communicated to us, we then look in our view system, see who we have in that bank, and then we through our Director of Workforce Development or through our youth programs, develop whatever training program, identify the training to help get them there. So there's a mechanism that we are working on, but we're going to need more people. I don't see that we are not going to have individuals come in from the outside. We're going to see an influx of individuals from Puerto Rico. We're going to see an influx of individuals from the mainland. We have to plan for it, and we have to plan for what's going to happen to our brothers and sisters in the Caribbean.
All right, thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we will have Ms. Lisa Hamilton from the Hotel and Tourism Association.
Good morning. Can everybody hear me? Great. Good morning, Governor, Lieutenant Governor, Senate President, Senators, Cabinet members, Chief of Staff. Thank you for inviting the Hotel Association to present here today. So for the St. Thomas St. John Hotel Association, I am speaking about my membership, to be specific. We have 37 hotel, timeshare, and villa accommodations for a total of 2,809 rooms. On the St. Croix Hotel and Tourism Association side of things, again, hotel, timeshare, and villas, we have 20 accommodations as members, representing 863 rooms. Sector availability, St. Thomas St. John Hotel still closed since Irma Maria, the Frenchman's Reef Marriott, that does include Bowie House, Sugar Bay Resort, and Keneal Bay Resort, for a total of 944. We are looking forward to the Westin Frenchman's Reef opening up in June. I know there have been some delays. Sugar Bay, as the governor has mentioned, unknown date, but we're hoping end of 2024. That'll bring another 300 rooms into the pipeline. And we all know the tragic situation at Keneal Bay. It's tied up in a lawsuit, and unfortunately, I don't think we're going to see anything there happen very soon unless the current leaseholder can make an agreement with the national park. But it's worthy to note that Keneal Bay used to have the highest RevPAR in the Caribbean for the room rates. And so I think it is important that we do focus on trying to bring that property back online as soon as possible. On the St. Croix side of things, hotels are up and running, many of them renovated. New hotels newly purchased, of course, the Chenet Bay with 29 rooms. And even though I've included the Waves, which was actually purchased 5 years ago, Chris Pardo has also taken on the King Christian Hotel on the Key. And if you've been to the King Christian Hotel, I think you can agree, he's done some great work there in renovations. I happen to also stay at the Hotel Caravel a couple of weeks ago. They've done a nice job with their room product. So those properties that were severely damaged during the storm, the good news is once they were able to resolve their insurance revenue issues, they were able to put money back into those properties, and we're happy to have a fresher product because for years we were being known as a mature destination. So I think it's critical that we're putting that money back in. Again, we'll note to you that these reflect the St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix Hotel Association members only. We cross-reference that with the number of rooms that are in the territory with the Smith Travel Research, and just to let you know that we represent about 80% of those properties. On the Smith Travel Research side of things, you'll see in the year 2021, we ran an average of 71% occupancy at an ADR, average daily rate of $478.08 for a RevPAR of $330. Interestingly enough, in 2022, although occupancies were down to 64.7%, an ADR, we were able to still drive rate at $563.06, giving us a higher RevPAR. So just to note that higher occupancies don't always guarantee higher revenue. If you can manage your revenue and your directors of revenue strategy are doing well, you can run lower occupancies and still drive rate. And right now with our labor pool issue, that's been more critical than ever. Our rates are seasonal, and they do range between $1,000 and $1,400 depending on the hotel and the time of year. State of the industry. Westin Frenchman's Reef will reopen in June, adding 478 rooms to our inventory. Lack of available labor continues to be an issue for all of our businesses. The conversion of long-term rentals to the shared economy sector has created a lack of affordable housing for seasonal workers, further diminishing our labor pool. This affects customer service. This affects having to rebate the customers because they weren't serviced to the level they should be, and sometimes there's rate erosion due to that. So it is a problem. St. Croix has lost a majority of their direct lift that they received during the pandemic, causing occupancies to fall dramatically Q4 of 22 and Q1 and Q2 of 23. But thankfully, we have a great relationship with the Department of Tourism. They came to our rescue with a winter promotion and an air credit, and we're looking forward to continuing to work with them to drive more revenues and more lift into St. Croix. And as Commissioner Bisciotti said, a lot of those commuter carriers had a big effect on it, especially when JetBlue pulled out, because they had interline agreements. So the major carriers could get them into Puerto Rico, and they could hop over to St. Croix from Puerto Rico, and it worked well. But when JetBlue pulled back on that, it created definitely an issue in occupancies. The outlook, the accommodation sector saw unprecedented occupancies in 2021 and Q1 through Q3 of 2022. Limited supply meant hotels were able to yield manage rates during this time frame. Unlimited lift to the territory, offering deeply discounted rates, increased demand. For Q4 of 2022 and Q1 of 23, occupancies are falling back to pre-pandemic percentages. However, rates are holding strong. High construction cost and supply chain issues are a challenge for new prospective investors. I've had a lot of people in the last couple of years with the real estate boom coming to meet with me to talk about it, but then when they investigate the cost per key and the timeline to get it done in the Virgin Islands, it does propose a problem. There is a lot of interest in development of hotels in the pipeline. There's the Airport Hotel in St. Croix. It's around 120 rooms. We've got the Havensite project, and I know the Botany Bay is trying to move forward. There are a lot of discussions about other developments, but again, from the time that they show interest to the time that they're ready to finance and move forward, it's been a difficult prospect due to cost. That's my 3-minute report. Thank you. I can hear you softly.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for the presentation. We've had a couple projected dates for the opening of Marriott, Frenchman's Reef. The first slide you had Q2 of 2022, and another slide you had June of 2023. Do you have a sense?
It's my typo. Okay. No, I'm sorry. Thank you for catching that. No, June of this year for the opening. Yeah, there were many iterations of it. The biggest challenge with them, in all honesty, is the ownership group sold the property. And when they sold the property, the new owners wanted a higher ADR, in all honesty, and the Marriott branding didn't bring that. So taking it to the next level, the Westin brand, with the heavenly beds and the heavenly baths, they knew they could get a higher ADR for their investment. The challenge was was bringing in the heavenly bed and the heavenly bath and getting all of those brand standards in.
So June 23 is from?
June of this year, couple months.
Okay.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Apologies for that typo.
Quick question. I'm a numbers person. You said that you have to refund customers for the quality of service in your report. Do you have a number, a rate of how much you have to, what percentage of your customers you have to refund because of the quality of service?
I do not have those numbers, sir.
Do you know if is it different from maybe someplace else in the Caribbean or in the States? That
I would have to actually survey that, sir.
Thank
I don't
you.
have
Thank
that
you very much.
information.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Ms. Hamilton.
Thank you.
For your presentation. Next, we will have Commissioner Derek Gabriel, Department of Public Works.
Bryan Jr., Lieutenant Governor Tregenza Roach, Senate President Nobel Francis Jr., of course, Senator Donna Fred Gregory, other senators in attendance, fellow cabinet members. Yes, okay. We'll keep it moving. Thank you, Director O'Neill. Again, my name is Darren Gabriel. I'm the Commissioner for the Department of Public Works, and I am here to present on our infrastructure projects that we expect coming online. The first slide that we will present on is our federal highway funded projects from our annual allocation. So just for everybody's, just as a way of background information, this year we decided to go a little bit more conservative, given the lessons that we learned and given what we've seen with projects coming online a little bit slower than we previously expected. So this year, some of the projects that we're highlighting, which you've seen significant progress on, is Clifton Hill and Melvin Evans. We expect to see a $6 million spend on those for the fiscal year of 2024. I think we could go to the next slide. So we expect to see $6 million spent on those in 2024, with another $7 million coming online in fiscal year 2025. And the bulk of that we're expecting to see with our projects wrapping up design, and especially those in construction will be expected to be closing out. Next slide. So here we have our federal highway Garvey-backed projects. Of course, Mahogany Road, I know we've been talking about this for quite some time. The design with that one is quite honestly progressing, and we're hoping to start construction on that in late 2024. And of course, $14 million being spent in 2025, and the bulk of that being on Mahogany Road, with hopefully Spring Gut coming online as well. Next. 8454. So I do want to thank the Senate, of course, for giving us the money in Act 8454. We were pretty successful in getting these projects off the ground and executed. Just in last year, we spent about $45 million between the 8454 and ARPA Roads projects, which, given a 1.3 multiplier, we anticipated seeing about $58.5 million coming back to our government coffers by getting those projects off the ground. So I do want to thank, of course, not only our executive branch, but also our Senate partners. And then here, we see another $3.5 million coming online in 2024. The bulk of that will be with our Estate Thomas project that we have, the First Avenue project. And again, $3 million in 2025, and the bulk of that will be with our marine projects, and especially our Hull Bay ramp repairs, which is currently wrapping up the design. Next, we have our FTA projects, which include our St. Croix operations and maintenance facility, our Lorraine transfer station, which we anticipate going out to bid later this year, and our Vitran St. John operations, which will also be going out to bid later this year. So right now, we're anticipating seeing a $2 million spend for the rest of fiscal year 2024. And again, 2025, we anticipate $1.65 million for these projects, which will be designed mostly for the Lorraine project, and again, St. John project kicking off. Next, we have our CIP projects, which includes, the bulk of these include our disaster recovery projects. So of course, you see our Newt Hansen Wick building, which is currently in construction. The Kramers Park project we're anticipating going out to solicitation soon. Charles Harwood, which is currently in demolition and we're expecting to see construction later this year, and our Head Start rebuild projects. And you see a pretty significant number, a high spend in 24 and 25. And again, these projects are pretty large dollar value projects. Not only is the design significant, but also construction. So we are pretty bullish on getting these projects going. I know right now the team is actually doing some work on the Head Start projects, as well as the Charles Harwood project. So we anticipate seeing those come to construction in the next fiscal year. The next slide details our disaster recovery road projects. So here we highlighted just a few that are of major importance to our community. Of course, the Purple Shop Roads, our Bavonie Roads projects, our St. Croix bridges, our hazard mitigation drainage projects, which are also significant, and of course the FEMA watersheds projects. Currently, we have a couple of the FEMA watersheds projects in construction. We have St. John and a few here on St. Thomas. So we're anticipating seeing a $14 million spend for fiscal year 24, and we're seeing that more than double in fiscal year 25 with $32 million coming online. And again, that's as we go through the FEMA process, as we get more projects obligated and out of design and into construction. Next up, we have our disaster recovery building projects. Most of these here are germane to the Department of Public Works. We have our Anna's Hope compound, our Kings Hill Cemetery Chapel project, the Frederickstead Concordia compound, and our St. John Operations and Maintenance Center. Again, the Kings Hill Cemetery Chapel project is a pretty small project. And then the others are still in design. Concordia, we're hoping to be in construction in calendar year 2024. So that's why you see the spend on those being a little bit lower. We prefer to be conservative. Again, it's better to be more conservative than to overestimate and come in short. So we're seeing 1.1 anticipated in 24, with another $850,000 anticipated in fiscal year 25. Our next slide is our CDBG funded projects. And while we have been feverishly working with Director Clendenin and her team on getting these projects moving, getting the funding obligated, I do want to draw your attention to the little asterisk at the bottom, because it is dependent on approval of our project applications, okay? But here, we have some of the major projects that we've been talking about for the last year. Of course, Veterans Drive Phase 2A, which on its own is expected to be somewhere in the neighborhood of $50 million as a construction price. Dunu and Northside Roads, which are currently in design. So we're anticipating a $7 million spend in fiscal year 24, a lot of that being in design, and then hopefully like I said, we're anticipating getting Veterans Drive Phase 2A. We're anticipating groundbreaking in the first quarter of calendar year 2024, and then a $27 million spend in fiscal year 2025. Next. This is a slide just to show, like, again, to go back to our 84, 54, and ARPA projects. We have completed a significant amount of those, and again, the contribution to our local economy, not just to our government coffers, but more importantly to our local economy, was pretty significant there. So again, I do want to thank all our partners that helped us to execute those projects. Senator Fred Gregory, we are pushing forward on First Avenue, so you should see that going forward later this year. I know that one is coming. And finally, our snapshot slide. So here we, based on some of the economic indicators that we saw, we decided again to go more conservative, and we use a 1.3 multiplier for all of our projects. So we're anticipating, given our total, we're anticipating seeing a $178.4 million revenues to the government of the Virgin Islands in fiscal year 24. And if we're able to get all our projects off in fiscal year 25, $250.9 million is what we're expecting to be able to see. And again, most of that, just as an example, when we do our paving projects, it's not just the money that we're seeing our employees, our contractors get, but there's also simple things like asphalt is made with aggregate. So there's a spend that's made with the aggregate companies. There's a spend that's made in purchasing oil, our payroll taxes, all this other stuff. All right, that's it for me. I think I saw the Sandman coming up, so I'll open it up for any questions.
Good morning, and thank you for that presentation. Really quick, I just want to ask about the strategies that DPW is going to implement regarding complete streets and accommodating multiple modes of transportation. As we see all these projects coming online, how are you guys going to look at accommodating more roads for more different types of transportation?
Thank you. That's actually a really good question. So a lot of what we've been doing is meeting with our federal partners now, so that we can start to implement those strategies in the foundation of our project development, right? So even with a project like Veterans Drive, one of the things that we're looking at doing is how can we adopt the multimodal transportation system that our Division of Transportation is pushing forward on the ViTrans side. So we're looking at, once that project is complete, adding express routes that can take you directly from Haven site to Subbase and vice versa. We're looking at, I know that one of the things I keep talking about is the purchase of a ferry coming online, right? So we actually have that bid solicitation out right now for the St. John, St. Thomas ferry. And we're looking at ways like in St. John, usually when you get off the ferry, the bus is sitting right there waiting for you. And that's really the crux and the essence of the multimodal transportation system, right? We're even looking at enhancing our parking lots to offer park and ride options. We're looking at implementing bike lanes where we can in some of our long-term projects like Mahogany Road. So we are really looking at not only the Complete Streets initiative, but really how we can push forward the multimodal transportation system that we've been talking about. And that's at the foundation of our 2040 transportation plan.
I also want to add to that in the last 4 years, we have implemented, I think it's 40 Teslas we have now. We have an aggressive move to bring the government fleet towards electric cars. We're going to be installing, I think, Kyle here today, over 100 electric car chargers throughout the territory, trying to encourage people to use smaller vehicles and to use electric vehicles. We have considered giving a further substitute for buying electric cars on a rebate, doing a local program as well, but we have too many programs now to start any new ones. But I think using electric vehicles, and then now it's second term, all the bad news you could get. We do have a parking meter strategy for our downtown areas to encourage people not to be parking in those places in long term and increase shopping. So you have more turns, people who looking to come in and just buy lunch or come in. 1 hour parking strategies to make sure that we penalize people for that so we get more activity in our downtown areas. So, and that's mainly on St. Thomas and St. Croix. Downtown Christian said where parking is crucial as well.
Thank you, boss.
Good morning. Thank you for your presentation. I wanted, if you could give us an update on the Lorraine Transfer Station. Is that still on, as well as the maintenance building for Vitran? What's the ETA and completion of that?
So, Senator President, thank you for the question. I'll go with Vitran first, the main building that we have. So we've been running into some serious supply chain issues with that project. I mean, and it's simple things like even like windows, doors. It's just so hard for us to get them right now. Our current date that we had for completion was April, but we're looking at pushing that back a few months because we do know that we're seeing the challenges there. We're still waiting for updated schedule based on the delays that the subs are seeing and based on delays that the main contractor is seeing. We're hoping to still bring that one in during the summertime. We actually have a meeting coming up in a couple weeks to discuss a path forward. On the Lorraine Transfer Station, we actually pulled that one off the books and we're about to put it back out to bid as a design build. We're seeing that that's a quicker way to get it going. So we're hoping that one should be in solicitation. I know that our engineering team just got the updated package from the Division of Transportation. So I believe, Senate President, that should be going out to bid early summer as well.
Thank you. Very quickly, I know you spoke heavily on 2024 and 2025, but what do you anticipate as the revenue projections for FY 2023? Are we on track to see the revenues that we initially, I don't have the numbers in front of me, that we initially projected? I think that's important because you just spoke about a project coming offline. So do we have more that look like that will impact our bottom line for 23 in particular?
So thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. We fell short in some areas, especially on the vertical construction side. A lot of the projects that we wanted to get out, whether it was through environmental and historical review, whether it's through a number of other FEMA reviews, or we just haven't been able to get qualified contractors to bid on them, or the prices came in higher than we anticipated. We did see some projects fall off the table, but again, we had a huge push on the local side, not just with the ARPA funds, but the 8454 side. So we did see we came in kind of where we expected to be because we didn't expect to complete so many projects. Jomo and I were just looking at the numbers a little while ago, so I could get those for you, and I could share them with the rest of the group. But we are coming in just about where we anticipated, and we still have a few months left to close out. That's it. That's it. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner Gabriel. Next up, we will have the representative for the Housing Finance Authority speaking on CDBG.
Good morning, everyone. Governor Bryan, Lieutenant Governor Roach, Senate President Francis, Chief of Staff Knight, Senators, Cabinet members, agency partners, good morning again. I am Judy Ann Fedrick, the Disaster Recovery Finance Director for the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. We will be looking at our DR funding, our recovery allocations, our expenditures, and of course, our estimated revenues for gross receipts. Next slide. Just an overview of our funding sources. We have in disaster recovery $1.08 billion allocated to disaster recovery, mitigation $774.2 million, and electrical grid $67.7 million. As an update to electrical grid and mitigation, in January, our action plan for electrical grid was approved. We anticipate having the approved action plan for approved expenditure for mid-March to early April latest. HUD is in the final review process for MEET and electrical grid. So we have a lot of funding coming on stream, a lot of opportunities for revenue within the Virgin Islands. Slide. For our gross receipts tax for year-to-date paid, we have $3.6 million. Next slide. This does not include over $30 million that we paid year-to-date in STEP for our agency partner, PFA. For fiscal year 23, year-to-date, $744,000. We anticipate having an expenditure of $158 million for fiscal year 23, with an eligible revenue for GRT of $119 million. So we're anticipating $5.9 million in revenue for gross receipts for 23. And for the heart of the conversation, for our estimated revenues for fiscal year 24, we're looking at $14.1 million, fiscal year 25, $16.8 million. Overall, we're looking at $30.9 million. Our funding source, our breakdown. Infrastructure, we have $5.6 million fiscal year 24, $6.7 million fiscal year 25. Housing, $7 million fiscal year 24, $8.3 million fiscal year 25. Public services, public facilities, $879,000 and $1 million respectively fiscal years 24 and 25. Economic revitalization, $581,000 and $631,000 respectively fiscal year 24 and 25. As a breakdown in our projects as to where these funding sources and revenues are coming from, Governor Bryan mentioned, and I also heard from Senator Blyden relative to workforce development. One of the areas, workforce development falls under economic revitalization. One of the things we have done in the third substantial amendment is to allot additional funding to workforce development in the amount of an additional $5.1 million that can and could be used for the special skills that we're talking about and the shortage in the workforce development area. For projects under DR, we have housing projects, infrastructure projects, economic revitalization, public services, public facilities. Some of the projects we're looking to have on stream, for housing, we have the Envision, Wild Pineapple, Mount Pleasant, Whispering Hills, Queen Louise Home, to name a few. We have the Ross Tannyberg, Walter I.M. Hodge. On the mitigation, we're looking at housing projects, infrastructure projects, road improvement projects to include Veterans Drive. We're looking at numerous projects for WAPA and also possible local match projects on the MEET. On the electrical grid, we're looking at the Estate Richmond project for WAPA, $53 million. We also have $10 million available for other community partners for the electrical innovation projects. So we're looking at a total of 16 projects under the electrical grid. So in total, we're looking at a $30.9 million revenue. You might see an increase if you look at DR, MEET, and eGrid with our revenues. We are ramping up our expenditures for fiscal year 24 and 25. We're looking at a 3.5-year period for us to expend approximately $800 million. While yes, there are opportunities for extension of our grant, the aim and the goal is to expend those funds within those time frames. So that's where, and that's what accounts for our push for fiscal year 24 and 25 in that disaster recovery. We have seen a slow pace. We've learned from quite a few lessons learned, but we are on pace and we are ramping up for expenditures. Hence the reason the correlating revenues for gross receipts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Frederick. Are there any questions? Wow, you did great. Awesome
Thank you.
job.
Thank you.
Sorry, there's one. Ms. Frederick, 1 second. Senator Potter.
Good morning. Thank you for your presentation.
Certainly.
Can you give us a short explanation as to what mitigation funding entails and what amount we have available to the territory?
It's $774.2 million available for the territory. We have overall infrastructure projects, housing projects, and we have the amount per project areas is not yet finalized, as we have not received the MEET funding in our budget line as yet. But it is worthy to note with MEET, we have one allocation. So once the funding is made available, we're set and ready to go with expending the monies for MEET. So infrastructure, road improvements, WAPA has numerous projects on the MEET, and we have an availability for possible local match projects. That's where Department of Public Works would come in.
Ms. Fredericks, before you go quickly,
Yes.
with the MEET funds, is the water line extension part of that package that you submitted?
That would be on the WAPA numerous projects.
So it is part of it?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Good morning, and thank you for your presentation. My question is, what have been the obstacles to spending these monies, and what steps are being taken to remove these obstacles?
Some of the obstacles we've seen, especially relative to housing, is the availability with our contractors, and what we've done to mitigate that, we've had a number of our RFPs and our houses package. We have multiple homes going to, in bigger sums, like a 50 package home, to one of a major contractor that is pushing through. We've also had one of our firms on board that would do our designs. We have environmental. We have stronger relationships with our permitting process to push all of these lags and challenges we've seen. So largely, a lot of it has been restructuring our internal processes and ramping up.
Could you update us on the multipurpose facility project, which has been a project around for some time? This been a priority for the university. It's been a priority for the territory, and I'd like to get some update on that, please.
Morning, Dana Clendenin, Interim Executive Director of VI Housing Finance Authority. The multipurpose complex is a part of the mitigation funds. So as indicated, HUD, we spoke to them as recent as Monday. They anticipate their final grant agreement sent to us later this month, early April. Your team has participated in the application training, so we're moving those things ahead so that when the funds do become available, we're poised and ready to go. So you're absolutely in that project.
Thank you.
Just wanted, everybody doesn't know what project we're talking about. This is the Gymnasium Multipurpose Center for the St. Croix UVI campus that we're discussing. It was moved originally from DR
submit. It's just a different funding, so we're expecting to get that funding approved this month. Dana just pushed it to April, very slightly. It was supposed to be mid-March, now it's early April. You know how projects creep, but so a lot of those mid-projects, and what we're doing constantly is looking at our timelines and how do we expend money fast enough. With the CDBG program on a whole, we're talking about $2 billion. So WAPA is one of the ways that we can spend down on that money fast because they have huge projects that we can invest in. But when you talk about construction, even if we start, Dr. Hall, you can use your project for example, that still has to go to design. And it'll take at least another year and a half in design before we even bust a nail and spend some real money on the project. So those are the kind of things we're looking to figure out. How do we get our spend up on all of this money that we have?
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Frederick. Commissioner Oriole.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Governor Bryan, Lieutenant Governor Roach, Director O'Neill, my fellow cabinet members. Good morning, Senate President Francis and other members of the 35th Legislature, Dr. Hall, and all the attendees present in person and following us via the live stream. My name is Jean-Pierre Oriole, presenting on behalf of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Next slide. We'll go ahead and skip the mission statement in the interest of time. So DPNR is what we call a mini generator. We generate between $6 and $7 million annually, primarily through the collection of fees, fines, and our submerged land leases. In fiscal year 2022, we collected just short of $7 million. And we actually chose not to project any major increases for fiscal year 23. We had done so previously, anticipating some revenue from some of the projects getting through design and then submitted to the department, but we don't know those project schedules, so we decided to be a little bit conservative for FY 2023. So our general fund resources are generated solely from our building permits division. As mentioned before, we didn't project any significant increase for 23. We estimated our collections this year would be around 2.56 million. And we anticipate getting a fair amount of revenue from the Envision program as well as other GVI projects as they ramp up. But our conservative estimate thus far proved to be right, because last year at this same time, we actually collected approximately $200,000 less from our permitting fees compared to fiscal year 2022. The next few slides will just be us going through our special funds, and first and overall. So we have 9 special funds that are specific to the department's operations. There's only 8 listed here. I will come back to the 9th as I wrap up. But we've estimated a little over $4 million in collections for fiscal year 2023. Our largest source, the Natural Resources Reclamation Fund, is the main driver of our collections, and that's primarily through the management of our submerged land lease spaces. Next slide. So coastal protection is one of our specific funds under our Division of Environmental Protection. It actually represents the largest opportunity for collection in the department right now. Simply put, our fees are too low. It's $2 for an earth change permit application, and it is $10 for a well permit. So that just is not going to be able to deal with departmental operations, and we know this, and we're making efforts to change that, hopefully for the end of this year, starting with fiscal year 24. Our Fish and Game Fund, I know it looks like a little low where we've only collected $67,000 thus far. However, the, oh, I'm sorry. I I'm looking at the presentation. It's the 22 one, not the 23. That number jumped out at me. So our collections for our revenues are done in June under boating registration and vessel and mooring registration. So that will get up into the $300,000 mark in June of this year. It's cyclical, and so right now we're actually on target for where we are. Our legal publication fund is our next one. Again, we process applications, but this is also primarily driven through our partnership with the Department of Licensing and Consumer Repairs, as we also get a number of, as we get a $20 fee when people submit applications for registration, and they have to do their zoning analysis through the department. Our Natural Resources Reclamation Fund is our largest driver. Thus far in fiscal year 2023, we have collected $2.3 million of our estimated $3.1 million. Last year at this time, collections was at $1.8 million, so we're actually ahead of schedule in where we are in the projections. And unfortunately, because I know we're showing, or no, we're showing last year, I'm sorry. I don't know how that happened. But our two initiatives that we've actually focused on for this year. So we want to be able to generate revenue, but without having it on the people of the Virgin Islands as much as possible. And so this actually mentions two of those. The first is we have initiated our cruising permit. And so the cruising permit was specifically done because we have a number of vessels who are here during the season that are not registered in the U.S. Virgin Islands, and they are not registered or licensed to do business in the Virgin Islands. So we created the cruising permit to be able to capture that revenue. We charge $20 per foot per month. So if you take one of those 100-foot mega yachts that it does not have an agent here in the territory, that would equate over a 6-month period to an $18,000 permit just for that one mega yacht vessel. So we launched that earlier this year. We've collected a little bit over $20,000 this year thus far under the cruising, so that's new revenue that was not generated the year before. And our second one is that in October of 2022, Governor Bryan signed into law updates to Title 12, Chapter 19, which represent our pesticide regulations. And so what we are now doing is for every manufacturer, not retailer, but manufacturer of a certain pesticide, they pay a biannual $400 fee to the department. There are 2,800 registered pesticides in the territory, times 400, that's $1.12 million. So we anticipate seeing that collection. That went into effect in January of this year, and thus far we've actually collected our first 3 or 4 payments to that. I want to thank Commissioner Bruce for establishing that account very quickly for us. My wrap-up slide is just to show the FY23 estimated versus our FY23 actuals. So we estimated a collection of $6.6 million for FY23. We've collected thus far through February 28, $3.35 million, and we are hoping that we exceed what our conservative estimate is for this year. So with that, I have any questions, and I apologize for the wrong presentation showing on the screen.
Thank you, Commissioner Oriol. One quick question for me. I'll start it off. I'm not sure if the slides were correct, but for every slide almost, it showed 2022 actuals.
Yes.
Being a lot lower than projection.
Yes.
And lower than 21 actual, lower than 23
yes.
estimates. So help us to understand what happened in 22, or if that was wrong.
So because a lot of our collections do come in these cycles where it doesn't match up we collect money, annually and in these cycles, but we project them in fiscal year. So, for example, we have a number of our larger clients for submerged lands. Let's use the Yacht Haven Grand as an example. Their payment to the department is due annually in August. And so we'll look really, really good in the fall revenue estimating conference in terms of how much that collection was based on the fiscal year. So with this right now, it's that the lower amount is thus far through February 28th, but we go through these larger collection cycles in the summertime.
So the amount shown are not the actuals, say for 22.
So
go back one.
So actually, this is now my updated one. So
okay, you are going too fast.
yeah, so we have FY22 actuals, we have FY23 estimated, and then we showed our collections thus far in each program up through February 28th of this year.
Okay, so we were showing the wrong slides.
Yes.
That's what happened.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner, morning. Just a quick observation. I noticed, well, the figures have changed now, but in all of the sections dealing with violations, they were like nominal amounts.
I'm sorry, LT, I can't hear you.
In all of your revenue sections dealing with violations, they were like nominal amounts. And I wanted to ask you, does that suggest that we have a really law-abiding marine community, or not enough enforcement, or too low fines? What?
So I believe that the efforts that we've put in, particularly for the vessel registration, that's something that everybody has to comply with. You have to have your legislation up to date every year. You face not only penalties from the department, but also from the U.S. Coast Guard if you're not registered. So our collection there is really good. What we need more bodies on the water for is the anchoring side of things, because those are either visitors or persons who newly acquire a vessel and then they come in and they don't really get a mooring. The mooring is that permanent placement, but the anchoring side of things is very, people are very mobile. And so they may want to be in one bay for this month, one bay in another month. But the minute you put an anchor in the water, you owe something to the government of the Virgin Islands. And the only way that we're really going to capture all of that as much as possible is to have more bodies. But what we did do is make it more convenient for people to apply for those anchoring permits through our online mooring system this year. So we've had a very good, registration period last year with the amount of persons, particularly the charter boat industry, using the online mooring system. And so, we only anticipate that we'll see more compliance because of it. It's just so convenient for them.
LT, the other thing I think we're going to be doing, just to put the marine people on alert, is that we're going to be doubling the price of our moorings. Right now, for a 50-foot charter, 50-foot boat, you're paying $10 per foot, Commissioner?
$10 per foot per
so
year.
So for a 50-foot yacht, you're paying $500 a year to be moored in whether it's Red Hook or wherever. And I mean, that's less rent than people paying for a one-bedroom in a low economic area per month. That's ridiculous. That has existed way too long, so we're going to be looking at those fees. That's number one. And then, Commissioner, just as a side note, if we could see what the permit number looks like by commercial and residential, and take out the government permits, because that's a good indicator of what private sector construction is going to occur in the following year or the year after.
We can definitely pull those numbers together, Governor. Apologies for the slight confusion, but I think I got my 3 minutes. Thank you, everybody.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Oriole. We have next Mr. Brent Leardom, the Tax Collector, Office of Lieutenant Governor.
Good morning. Governor Bryan, Lieutenant Governor Roach, Senate President Francis, members of the 35th Legislature, Director O'Neill, members of the Governor's Cabinet, Chief of Staff Knight, Dr. David Hall, other presenters, members, and guests, good morning. I am Brent Leardom, the Tax Collector. The Office of the Tax Collector, together with the Office of the Tax Assessor, comprise the Real Property Tax Division of the Office of the Lieutenant Governor. Under the leadership of the Honorable Lieutenant Governor Tregenza A. Roach, the Office of the Tax Collector is responsible for the collection of all real property taxes and is responsible for the attachment and sale or foreclosure of real property where taxes for property are unpaid and therefore delinquent. For fiscal year 2024, the Office of the Tax Collector has issued a forecast for the collection of $64 million in property tax revenue, which represents an increase of 5% over fiscal year 2023's target of $61 million. For fiscal year 25, the Office of the Tax Collector has issued a forecast of $68 million, which represents a 6% increase over previous year's target. Our forecast consists of both new, which is current year taxes, and new property tax revenue from bills being issued, and delinquent tax revenue, which is collected year-round. Revenue from newly issued tax bills in June of each year can only be collected during the months of June through August. After August, by law, those taxes that were just issued in June becomes delinquent. We continue collections of them year-round, however, and after August 30th of each year, when the bills become delinquent, we see collections up to and through the fiscal year of the end of the fiscal year, but part of that revenue is then attributed to it being delinquent revenues versus just the current year. Next slide. The Office of the Tax Collector encourages and tracks the collection of real property of delinquent taxes and current year taxes separately, with the goal of increasing the efficiency of the collection rate for each category and reducing the rollover rate of delinquencies from one fiscal year to the other. Next slide. You can see in each year we have increased the projections for, in the columns in blue, we've increased the projections each year, the forecast, and the actuals has been commensurate. As of this year, we're up to about, right now, 7 million, and that represents the regular cycle of taxes being collected during these months, which are historically low in revenue collections. As we get into May and June, that's when you will see the revenue shoot up with current year collections. Next slide. For delinquent collections, we have a process where we encourage property owners that may have changed their mailing address since the property was initially conveyed, for them to contact the Office of the Tax Assessor to update the mailing address. One of the big issues that we've had is incorrect addresses. So we urge property owners regularly to make sure that we have the correct address of record on file. We also encourage family and interested parties of deceased property owners to know that if their property is involved in probate, to register that probate order with our office. Otherwise, we would have no way of knowing. If a property that has delinquencies is duly registered for probate, we will not pursue final collection activities while it is in probate. We've recently launched the Citizen Access Portal in June of this year, and so we've made available free online tax status reports so that you can easily go online and see how much is owed for your property. We also continue to offer the ability for persons to pay online. An additional benefit is that we now offer payment plans online so that you can go online, find out how much you have to pay, make an arrangement to pay, and satisfy that arrangement going forward online without ever having to call or contact our office. Additional measures that we take, we provide waiver of interest and penalty as necessary to assist delinquent property owners. And we have outreach efforts such as our Keeping You Informed radio program to advise property owners of procedures or offerings that we have that may help them to register and begin a payment plan for the delinquent properties. Any property owner that establishes a payment plan and maintains it in current payment status will not be included in any final collection activity. For total delinquencies on the books, the snapshot as of the end of the fiscal year shows a total of $127 million in delinquencies historically. This is going back some 50 years of delinquencies. It shows the breakdown according to town area, and we work towards reducing this amount, and the final collection activities that we've just announced will give the opportunity for persons to, one, come in and do a payment plan, or two, if the property owners are unable to move this issue forward, we would commence final collection activity, and it provides opportunity to Virgin Islanders that call our office on a regular basis trying to get a piece of the rock for an affordable price. And that's what the property auctions will be providing for Virgin Islanders. As the Office of the Tax Collector begins a series of final collection activities, the persons that have called or written to our office asking about property auction, they will have this opportunity to participate and potentially own a piece of whichever island. Additional affordable housing opportunities will be created for seniors, veterans, and first-time homeowners as provided by law in Act 8466 by utilizing the foreclosure process. We see here the collection rate of each particular year of taxes that were issued. In fiscal year 2020, we issued $51 million in taxes. In the first couple of months from June until September, actually June until August, we collected just short of $35 million. We collected extra before the fiscal year ended for a total of $35.6 million. Going into fiscal year 21, we collected an additional $6 million on that, and each successive year, we track the collection rate of the bills that we have issued. For fiscal year 2020, we have an 86% collection rate over the past 3 years, and for fiscal year 21, right now, without fiscal year 23 finishing or fiscal 24 added, we're already at an 80% collection rate. So we strive to improve the collection rate going forward of any taxes that are issued. How we serve. There's different things that we do in addition to collecting taxes, obviously. Regarding current real property taxes, which are issued each June, we strive to keep that bill issuance to be done in a timely manner. And we're working towards ways where we may be able to issue a little earlier than as prescribed by law. We also have an enhanced outreach with our radio program and with press releases. We reach out to the public to let them know their rights and responsibilities in terms of property ownership. For delinquent real property taxes, again, we offer services online, and specifically we offer free tax status reports. You can pay for your taxes via credit card, as well as you can initiate and maintain payment plans online. That's all available online right now. As well as we issue delinquency publications before we have any final collection activity. Other services that we provide, if a lien was placed on your property and you've since paid the taxes, we issue cancellations. We register probate orders with our property tax management system so that we know that person's interest is in probate. We offer payment counseling to help persons to understand different things that they may do to be able to pay their taxes or to be able to afford programs from like the Housing Finance Authority, which requires you to make sure that you have taxes paid up to date. And we also issue tax clearance certificates, which are now available online. And so rather than a 7-day turnaround time, oftentimes people get the tax clearance certificates in the same day. So we have planned initiatives, which is to provide more types of payments for you when you go online. Currently, we have Visa, and we look forward to expanding that to different payment types in the near future. We hope to increase the efficiency of the real property tax clearance certificates. They're issued same day, so we'd like to get a higher percentage of persons that receive the tax clearance certificates instantaneously, so they can print it in the comfort of their office or home without having to contact the office or wait for an email from us. And we're about to begin an email opt-in campaign to encourage more users to register their email addresses and to use that as a point of contact for doing business with our office and receiving bills from our office. I'd like to announce with the new property tax management system that we launched in June, a full 27% of the value of all transactions are now done online. So we hope to continue that trend. We will always have staff ready to serve anyone that walks in the office, but we encourage more and more persons to use the online portal for doing transactions for real property taxes. Next slide. Any questions, please?
Thank you. You report a delinquency rate of about 50%. You are estimating about $60 million in property tax bills going out, or $68 million, and yet you're only reporting $30, $31, $35 million collection. You also, so your delinquency rate, or however you define your delinquency, is around 50%, but yet you report a collection rate of 80%. So are you saying then that your collection on your delinquencies is about 80%, or are you saying that you collect about 80% of your property taxes that go out?
The collection rate as calculated is for each year's bill that we issue. So from 2019 go forward, we track each year when we make that issuance. And so the collection rate is on that particular tax year.
Got you. The only question is, you say you're going back 50 years, but I only could assume that your auditor doesn't allow you to carry receivables that are that old. And at some point in time, the government has had to write off property taxes that, or maybe I'm wrong, and if you get a pass on writing off property taxes, that's great. But
Well, contrary to any other debt, your property taxes remain due and payable, and we, the government, enjoys a first priority lien on that property, so you can't buy or sell until we remove that lien. So all of the taxes are collectible even from 50 years ago, because the taxes do not follow persons, but instead follows the property.
Good morning. This is a follow-up to what was just asked. When you fail to collect the taxes for a number of years, and you then issue a tax clearance letter for a real estate transaction, what then happens? Do you then have to write off those years where you failed and the transaction went forward with the new buyer?
Thank you for that question. By law, you have to receive a tax clearance certificate before you can convey property and get clear title. And so we do a detailed check of the respective parcels in question. And if we found that before issuance, if we found that taxes were missed for particular years, then the tax assessor has the authority to issue those taxes for them. So we make sure that all taxes are paid before the issuance of a tax clearance certificate. But if a tax clearance was issued in error, whereas monies were owed when it was issued, then that becomes the liability of the government, and we wipe that away. So we stand by our tax clearance certificates.
Just a comment to, I was going to say Vince. I think to I'm sometimes troubled by the delinquency number. And I think we kind of have to change the paradigm in thinking about it, because I think it should just represent the tax as opposed to the accumulated interest and penalties. Because when we do have amnesties issued by either the legislature or or by me, we waive the interest and penalties, because those are not numbers that we should budget on, because we shouldn't be anticipating that people are going to owe us interest and penalties. So I think we should really look at the delinquency as really just a tax. And I want to really underscore one of the points that Mr. Leder made with regard to how we're going to deal with delinquencies, because prior to Act 8466, properties would be auctioned and the taxes would be collected. With Act 8466, what's actually going to happen is that some of those delinquent properties are going to go into a trust. And as per the terms of that act, we're going to then make them available to first-time home buyers, low-income, seniors, and veterans at different lower than market rates. So that should also improve the availability of properties to people in our community who fall into those priority categories.
Thank you, LT.
One more thing I want to add, because Brent didn't do a good job of explaining it today, but he did a good job of explaining it when we had the technical conference. Property taxes, by the end of 3 years, we collect 80% of all that is billed. That's what he's referring to as the collection rate.
Correct.
But after, wait, is 3 months is delinquent.
That's correct.
So after 3 months, the property tax is delinquent.
Right.
When you look at how much money we are owed in property tax, it's really a misnomer, because the property value is more than the taxes owed. And we have the first lien on the property. So if everything was everything and we were doing this right, every year we would be sending properties to auction, which would cover the cost of their property tax and give back the owner or whoever. If you think about how many abandoned properties and probate properties we have that we're not collecting a dime on, and then you figure 80% of all the property tax bills issued are collected within 3 years, we're not really that much behind. Because between the two of them, it's probably like 90–95% collection rate. If you figure the properties that dead, like
7 brothers fighting or whatever, and that we're not collecting. Nobody's paying on the tax bill. So I just wanted to make that clear. He did a really good job. This is his explanation I'm giving you, not mine. So just to give the credit to the right author.
Thank you, Governor. Yes, so with the delinquent properties especially, we only have 3 months, I'm sorry, with current year properties, we only have 3 months for which to collect on those, June, July, August. After that, by law, they become delinquent, and historically they've gone into a pile. Now, we're tracking each year to track the actual collection rate towards completion of each particular tax year, and as we move forward, that's only going to drive more efficiency.
Good morning. Just a quick question. Where are the listings posted for the auction properties?
The auction list has not yet been posted. We have a current delinquency list. We have a delinquency list that we still have posted on the Office of the Lieutenant Governor website. That was posted in September of 2021. That was all of the delinquencies from tax years 2015 and prior. And so as we started with that and we continue each year, we're going to come up in the years as we take care of those older ones first. And so each time, whenever the auction list is ready for final collection activity, we will post that in newspapers of general circulation as well as on our online portal.
Hello again. Recently, the Housing Finance Authority came before the Senate and spoke about the I think it's a Housing Assistance Fund that would help with delinquent tax payments. And I know it's just a drop in the bucket because I believe they said it was about $8 million. But have you made a determination on who is going to be eligible in terms of your collections with the Housing Finance Authority? Has there been coordination between both entities to determine who would receive relief under the Homeowners Assistance Fund?
Thank you for the question. My understanding is that that's under the purview of the Housing Finance Authority to determine who would be the beneficiaries of that program. We stand ready to work with them in that regards, whether they are paying for some of the taxes or whether they enter in a payment plan on behalf of their clients.
Great, thank you very much, Mr. Latham. We will move on now. Commissioner Richard Evangelista, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs.
Good morning, Governor Bryan. Good morning, Lieutenant Governor Roach. Good morning, Senate President Francis, members of the 35th Legislature, Director O'Neill, who's putting this conference on, members of the Cabinet, Dr. Hall, if you're present, thank you for hosting us. Ladies and gentlemen, but most of all, the ladies and gentlemen of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, for whom I work on a daily basis and represent to you their work. So, licensing was a low-hanging fruit for Governor Bryan when he asked me to take the helm. And I'm proud to report to you that the Division of Licensing has annually increased the amount of revenue projected from the time I took the helm. So what I'm proud to report to you, I'll give you the history before we get into our projections, is that in 2021, we actually collected $4,449,011. In fiscal year 22, we collected $5,321,651. In fiscal year 23 to date, we collected $2,119,798. And to go back to the first slide to share with you what has occurred is that in fiscal year 21, we issued a total of 8,685 licenses, consisting of 14,958 categories. Last fiscal year, we issued 13,251 licenses, consisting of 22,054 categories. And this year to date, for fiscal year 23 to February 28, 23, we've issued thus far 4,653 licenses with 7,799 categories, and that is territory-wide. So ladies and gentlemen, I know from time to time, you may have to call me. We're not perfect, but what the team is doing is we're striving to stick to the issuance of licenses in 10 days or less. And I'm proud to tell you that for new licenses filed as of the second week of January, provided that everyone has their items properly filed with us, we have actually achieved that mark. So we're on our way to becoming a more efficient and leaner machine. In terms of licenses by territory, on St. Croix for fiscal year 22, we actually issued 4,582 licenses, consisting of 7,688 categories, and to date, we've actually issued 1,662 licenses, consisting of 2,834 categories. For St. Thomas, for fiscal year 22, we issued 7,447 licenses, consisting of 12,388 categories, and fiscal year to February 28th, we've issued 2,400 licenses, consisting of 4,100 categories. And we don't want to leave out St. John and Water Island, but for fiscal year 23, thus far, we've issued 496 licenses, consisting of 818 categories, and for fiscal year 22, it was 1,222. Now, why is that important? Because that's what brings in the fees for the actual license itself. And what I'm here to share with you, one of the things you may be interested in, is you can move to the slide with the top 10 licenses. If it can come up, it's like the next one. The most sought after license, obviously because of where we're located, is the importer of goods licenses, which numbers 1,495 at a rate of $260. Followed by retail shop and store, obviously the consumers need to purchase items, with 1,350. What I'd like to share with you is that 2 conferences ago, or maybe 3, 2 years ago when we first started, one of the things that the DLCA looked at is the short-term rental license. So as tourism mentioned, Airbnb, VRBO, the governor had asked us to stand down because of the number of calls he was receiving. But Governor Bryan, I'm happy to report that the short-term rental license is actually one of the top 10 sought-after licenses. And the fact that you mentioned that those people need to step up to the plate, I'm sure that number may soon actually overtake the importer of good license, which is number 1. I've been working with the Department of Planning and Natural Resources and everyone involved to ensure that the short-term rental license is not a headache, but in fact, it's something that can be accommodated. So in the many forums that we've ran into, I've actually shared this with the community. Yes, Governor Bryan.
Just a quick question for explanation.
Sure.
Short-term rental, 5 or more, that's villa rentals, but what about Airbnb for like 2 people, 3, less than 5?
So we actually have a short-term rental where you have 5 or more rooms. That should be actually rooms, not persons, and we have one that's 4 or less rooms. That says persons. So the short-term rental license is 89 days or less.
So the apartment house D is a different license altogether.
That's correct. That's if you're renting long-term.
So if you have an Airbnb or whatever, Verbo in the territory, it should be registered with a license with DLCA.
That's correct, Governor.
Even if it's just 1 unit.
Yes, Governor.
Okay.
In terms of fees, in case people are interested, the most expensive license category currently is $4,000 a year. That's for trader in gold, silver, and other valuables. And the most affordable license is the commercial farming, plants, and animals at $1 per year. Jennifer, Director O'Neill is looking at me and smiling. Yes, we do actually offer discounts to the industry of commercial farming and fishing. The other side of the licensing house that collects revenues is actually the Division of Boards and Commissions. And that are the professional licenses. Currently, we have 12 boards and commissions under that, and that includes the General Contractor Board, the Accounting Board, the Social Worker Board, and so on and so forth. Their revenues are not as much because obviously there are a lot fewer licenses. However, similar to the licensing side of the house, their revenues have consistently increased in the past 3 fiscal years and continue to do so. If you can kindly skip to the monthly revenue report slide. So with the monthly revenue report, you can see that for fiscal year 22, the actual collection versus fiscal year 2023 actual collection. In the month of October, we were up by 53%. In the month of November, we were down by 5%. In the month of December, we were up by 52%. And in the month of February, we're down by 11%. The percentage is marginal because it's cyclical in that it all depends on how the cash flow goes. But we're on schedule to actually surpass last year's number. If you can kindly skip to the revenue estimate snapshot. I'm going to take a page from Commissioner Busciotti, and the Office of Management and Budget has consistently given us a budget that has required us to use the Consumer Protection Fund, which is a fund that we use to deposit our collections from penalties and fees. So for this year, for example, our budget for fiscal year 23 is $4,573,710, but we've actually requested a supplemental of $1.2 million. And if I can explain that, that is to actually enhance the services that we are required to provide to the community, for example, customer care specialists, as well as enforcement. We have a number of persons, albeit our collections are up, that believe they do not have to comply with a business license to do business in the Virgin Islands. So we have actually humbly requested that with our estimated 24 and 25 revenue, that it be increased for 24 to $6.4 million, and for fiscal year 25 to $6.7 million. And the manner in which we propose doing that is that we would implement a 15% increase in fiscal year 24 and fiscal year 25. So if you have a business license for $100, it will turn to $115. But where we're really going to attack the game is relative to the penalties and fees. Currently, it's 10% per month. We propose implementing 30% per month, thereby penalizing those persons who actually do not comply with the law instead of actually going after those who actually do comply. And as you can see, many persons have come forward based on our increased revenue year after year. If you can go ahead and skip through the revenue estimate categories and the percentages, I just want to share with you that with the 15% license fee to be increased effective fiscal year 24, with the exception of the alcohol license, the DLC has withheld implementation of a fee increase for almost 20 years. 20 years, ladies and gentlemen. DLC is limited as a result of this in its ability to adequately regulate the businesses for which licenses are issued. Regulations includes the invaluable consumer protection component that safeguards the public from vagaries in the prices and measure. The service that has been hampered most based on funding limitations includes price checks, scales checks, price studies, and a myriad of enforcement activities and initiatives. Staff development and training has also been limited due to funding. Thus, the necessity of the proposed fee increases is undoubtedly warranted and will only serve to improve the DLCA's positive impact, and I underscore, on the quality of life for our residents and prosperity for our businesses. And for the most burning question in the room, albeit it's not revenue generating, the ribbon cutting ceremony for Vendors Plaza will take place at 2 p.m. on Monday, April 17th, 2023. That concludes my presentation for DLCA revenue generating. And I just want to once again like to thank, before you ask the questions, the ladies and gentlemen of Team DLC who actually work tirelessly day in and day out to make this happen. And make no excuses, I do know that there are some of you who contact me on a daily basis regarding persons who have not been serviced, who are allegedly believe they haven't been serviced. But I can tell you the calls are far and few in between from the day I started. So continue to call if there's an issue, because we're here to serve and ensure that you get the service you deserve. And business community, we're here to work with you. Get licensed up. We educate before we regulate. We are actually going to ramp up our enforcement. So if you're engaging in any trade or business, please just contact our office, go on our website, www.dlca.vi.gov, or contact our offices. Thank you, everyone, and I'm free for questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Evangelista. Thank you for your presentation. Quick question.
Yes, Senator.
In your anticipated revenues for 2024 and 25, is the anticipated revenues from the cannabis space included in those numbers?
No, sir.
Why not?
The reason being is that currently, as you know, the Office of Cannabis Regulation had to get in a revised rules and regulations based on the legislation that was recently signed by Governor Bryan. So as soon as that rules and regulations have been promulgated, then we can put the numbers in to actually get an accurate budget. Right now, the budget that was proposed for that was actually just for the medical cannabis. So we omitted it from this equation.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner. And definitely, we see you. We see the improvement in the work that you do at DLCA. So one of your slides, you shared with us the number of new business license.
Yes.
And the number of renewals.
Yes.
But what I would have liked to have seen was a comparison between actual business license and renewals.
It's actually there. We broke it up. I just sped through the presentation.
No, I saw new, and then I just saw renewals. But comparison between, so the renewal, the business license established, and how many of those business licenses are being renewed? Are we seeing businesses falling off?
So as it relates to the businesses fall off, it's difficult in the way in which our system calculates, because a business may not renew within the cycle for whatever reason, whether it's family issues, financial issues. So we calculate those new licenses that have applied and also those licenses that have requested renewal. But for those dropping off, we can only make an assumption, because some of those who may drop off this year, they pick back up in the renewal process the following year.
So how do you account for them? How do you account for those that drop off when you look at your data?
Quite frankly, we don't. We have so much work to do with our existing applicants as well as with the current applicants that we have the enforcement team that I'm trying to build up. That's part of my proposed budget, because on the back end of the office, they would be reaching out to actually contact them to inquire as to what is going on, how can we assist you? Because the other thing we do is we are the conduit for all my other sister agencies, VIPD, VI Fire Service, DPNR, Department of Health, and Bureau of Internal Revenue. We work with them collaboratively to ensure that businesses who are falling behind can come back up if possible.
Well, thank you for your response, but it would be really good to see, where we're really at as far as whether businesses are staying with us, whether they're leaving, what does that look like, and what we can do to make sure that we are having those conversations that you just referenced. But
Sure.
Thank you.
What I can share with what I glean from the current numbers that I have for you today is that as a result of DLCA reaching out to the existing businesses, as a result of the legislation that no longer requires persons to get a tax clearance letter, the number of licenses that have been renewed in the past 3 fiscal years has increased dramatically. And this is the Economic Revenue Generating Conference, the economy has also picked up, because you can see that the number of new licenses issued has also increased twofold. So all in all, it's a great time.
Good morning, Commissioner. Akil St. John, St. Croix Chamber of Commerce.
Good morning, Attorney St. John.
I was just talking to my colleague from the St. Thomas Chamber, and we just were sharing how pleasant it's been to see the changes that you've made and how easy it is now to renew a business license. And we just had to commend you for that, because remember those days when it took months and months to renew a business license in the Virgin Islands, and your leadership, your transparency has really been important to the private sector, and we commend you on that, as well as your commitment to have town halls and regularly engage with your constituents. Very quick question. As you know, you got rid of the tax clearance letter requirement to renew a business license, which the chamber had appreciated. But something else that comes up frequently is the fire certificate renewal as it relates to businesses that don't have a storefront. So for example, we're seeing a lot of digital businesses, creating apps, writing code, where you don't need to have a storefront. You just work off your computer, work off your cell phone, whatever it is. How has DLCA dealt with the fire certificate requirement in that context for those sorts of businesses?
Sure, great question, and I have a great answer. The great thing about that is that jurisdiction falls under the Virgin Islands Fire Service, and we are here today for the Revenue Estimating Conference, and I believe part of VI Fire Service contribution to the general fund is that fire certificate. So, but I'll be more than happy to share that with Director O'Neill and Director George.
You're missing your opportunity here. You got a legislature in here. We need to take out all of these things out of the licensing process and let the fire department inspect businesses on a random basis, on an annual, semi-annual, whatever, and collect whatever fees rather than holding up the process. So don't miss your opportunities. Other thing I would like, Commissioner, since we're going to be making a move to do more regulation for the Airbnbs, if we could have a little education period, and then we could get with Commissioner Busholter and Director of Tax, Joel Lee, so we could see what's coming in. Also, BER, Biko did an excellent presentation for me where he showed me all of the Airbnbs in the territory, where they were located, GPS location. If we could get that cross-reference, then we could force renters to register, pay their money, or get out of the game so we can have more workforce housing. And some of those exist in zonings that don't allow for it as well. So if we could get together and do that, it would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor. Consider that done.
Commissioner.
Yes, Senator.
I want to go back to the brick and mortar. Really and truly, how do you address those? Like, how does an applicant get past the fact that they don't have brick and mortar? So this fire certificate presents a problem. I do agree with the governor that if it requires legislation, then we should remove that, but it has to be specific about if you're non-brick and mortar, if you will. But how are you dealing with that now internally? I think it's an important question.
Sure, great question. So I want to rephrase for the listening audience just so everyone hears this, because we've actually addressed it. So the question is, how do you address the brick and mortar situation as it relates to the fire inspection certificate that is required for every single business license, irrespective if the physical structure has 5 businesses and 4 have already been granted fire inspection? Ladies and gentlemen, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs is not waiting for Virgin Islands Fire Service. We issue the business license, and the onus is on the business to obtain their fire certificate. If they begin operating without fire certificate, without it, fire can go ahead and fine them. So when I tell you, since January of 2023, we have actually started to issue new licenses in less than 10 days. I'm not kidding. All my sister agencies have to fall in line. That's actually the issue we're having, is that they're calling and complaining. But, you know, at the end of the day, the business license is just that from DLC. It's the permission to conduct business. But if you have to get inspections and certifications by my sister agencies, the onus is on you and the responsibility is on you. So you have other certifications, but you can get your business license. So we've addressed that concern head on. So legislatures, members of the 35th legislature with President Francis, no, you do not need to legislate that. We're already doing it. Any more questions?
Okay, we'll take one more and then we'll move on. Last question.
Okay, it is on. Thank you, Commissioner. Two quick points. On brick and mortar, fire services, I think, does do a decent job on that. I have several businesses, one of which really works out of my residence and is more virtual, and they're not onerous when it comes to obtaining a fire certificate. So it's not a impediment as far as I see. My real caution, as you and the governor and other administrators talk about the B&Bs, comes to the neighborhoods that they're in. They are not allowed by zoning in many of these neighborhoods. And while you may allow it, I hope there are regulations that go along with it that have to do primarily with noise. Because I live in a neighborhood that has B&Bs, and there is no curtailing the noise that they create. And I dare say if they were in a hotel, they would be thrown out. So while it's good to have these B&Bs, they have to be regulated a lot more than just identifying who's collecting the money.
Thank you very much for the comment. Director Neal is ready to drop the mic, but real quickly I'll respond. So it's a threefold response. One, we're actually working with the Department of Planning and Natural Resources to advise those persons when they do apply that they may have to go to the legislature for a variance. And if a variance is not necessary, they consult with DLCA to actually issue terms and conditions relative to that short-term rental license to address the issues that you have mentioned. One, noise, but also parking, trash. And I'm happy to say that with the legislation that President Francis and the members of his body passed relative to amending the noise complaint, we actually are going to submit a request for funding to Director O'Neill for the instruments to measure the noise. So that actually not goes for the neighborhoods with Airbnbs, but also for the neighbors who live in the town areas. Ladies and gentlemen, together we're stronger than ever, and we're coming to help you make this place clean up. So, you know.
Thank you very
You're
much,
welcome.
Commissioner
Thank you.
Evangelista. We will now move on to Acting Commissioner Lisa Alejandro for the Department of Property and Procurement.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Governor Bryan. Good afternoon, Lieutenant Governor. Good afternoon, President of the 35th Legislature. Good afternoon, Chief Carl Knight. And good afternoon, President Hall. I am Lisa Alejandro. I'm sorry, good morning. I am Lisa Alejandro, the Acting Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement. Today I have the pleasure of presenting the department's revenue projections. The Department of Property and Procurement is a small generator of revenue, so I'm happy that we're invited today. Basically, our revenues are taken from our business and commercial leases. From those leases to date, we have 164 leases. This is approximately close to 50% of the leases that we'd have as we started this administration. We have begun to ramp up the total value and number of the leases. If you would take a look at our snapshot, which shows the projections for 23, 24, and 25. Again, all of our leases are focused from our business and commercial. If you would look at 2023, you see that we have estimated at 3.5 in collections. 07, 450,000. For 24, we have 3,858,195 and 98 cents. And for fiscal year 2025, we project 4.051 million in generated revenues. Next slide. Our business and commercial, you would see our rationale for our projections in increase based on each subsequent year. 15% we projected for FY23. Our rationale for that was we were able to focus on delinquent notes by establishing a collection unit within the Division of Fiscal and Administrative Services, as well as adding an online option for our lessees to be able to pay rather than coming into our offices. By increasing those collections and establishing that unit, we begin to see increases, which we will show you a little bit in our presentation, based on those projections that we are on target to probably even exceeding that amount, 15%. For FY 2024, we are looking at a 10% in revenue increases. And again, our rationale for that is that we believe once we've collected those delinquencies, we should balance out within that fiscal year. And again, due to us not having the funding available basically to do our own internal repairs to our facilities, we utilize that from the 18% that is left from our operating fees under the Business and Commercial Fund. For FY 24, we project a 5% increase in those collections as well. And again, that is also based on repairs that we have to maintain, and we have to be able to apply from our 18% of the operating budget. So again, this is our projections: 15% 2023, 10% 2024, and 5% in 2025. Next slide. Here's a snapshot basically that show our trends in terms of actually reaching the number, our projection, our forecast. Basically, if you would look at it, you would find that beginning in the fiscal year, October to November, we were in a deficit in terms of our collections. But again, in January, very early January, we were able to add one employee to strictly focus in on collections, as well as adding the online option for payments. And we began to see an increase in terms of collections. Basically, in February, as you see, we have, again, exceeded our projected amount, which is at 25% of what was forecasted. Now in the month of March, we've already collected $188,000, which puts us at about 73% of the collections for the month of March. And inclusive in that as well will be some delinquent fees. Year to date, we have approximately $600,000 in delinquencies. Again, that is a significant deduction from previous years. So again, just adding that one body to focus on collections and being able to, again, add additional options for lessees to be able to make their payments significantly increase our ability to raise those funding. Our allotment in the Business and Commercial is $4.8 million. 81.60% of that is tied to salaries, and 18% is left for the operation of our agency. So that basically, if you would look at our last slide, which talks about a little bit about the impact and the challenges that we face, but we were able to address them again by reconstructing the fiscal division, establishing that revenue collection unit, training employees on the new software implementation as well, MRI, and also funding to address training and upgrades in our operations. So that's basically it for the Department of Property and Procurement and our $3.8 million.
Thank you very much, Ms. Alejandro. Awesome. Any questions?
Oh, one thing, Commissioner, we didn't see any projections in terms of contracts to be issued by Property and Procurement. I know that you went from about 200 million or so in 19, and now you're up to like 300 or 400 million, something like that. Any projections on how much, what's the dollar value of the contracts you probably would be issued next year would be helpful.
Okay, we will provide that, Governor. We do have quite a bit in stream as well as going through the solicitation process. So we do anticipate that we will, as you know, surpass that number in 2024. Any other questions?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I think it's afternoon now. Thank you for your presentation. I was just curious sitting here, how does the rental amounts that the government charge compare to the rental amounts that the government pays?
In our leases, basically, there's various factors that goes into how we determine that. Again, if it's a nonprofit organization, we look at $100 basically for leasing. As you know, we're basically not in business to compete. And so we look at that from that standpoint. And of course, as well as our leasings of the property, we also put consideration into the fact that a lot of properties are not in good condition. So contractors as well have to invest their own funding. And so over time, once that matures, then we begin to look at what the market value is to apply those leases.
Great, thank you very much. Short answer.
Awesome.
Senator James, we're spending more than we're bringing in.
Much
Short
more.
answer. Okay. Thank you so much, Commissioner Alejandro.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Next up.
Once I get the Senate's attention, I like to put in all of my requests. One of the things that we seriously look at is, you know, how, if the property is sitting there, it's not generating any money. So while this money is good, we're looking at the gross receipts that that business is going to bring on and all the other income is going to bring on, the employment. Also, the development on the property becomes capital infrastructure that belongs to the government. We need a correction. I think it wasn't clearly explained for the legislature. Right now, there's a 25% charge on any subletting of the building that you do. This is being applied to land in the government, which I think is incorrect. So now it's saying, we're having rulings that said, if you have flat land and you build an apartment complex, that the government is entitled to 25% of all that income, gross income, which is usury. I mean, you can't get financing with that. So we need to change the law for that. And with that, every hotel that we have property on, it would mean that they owe us 25% of every room rental that they do. So we do need some cleaning up in the law along that lines. We are looking at our properties collectively at how we've got our website up now, USVI leasing, I think, .com or something. We're trying to figure out how to make those properties make money, be put into use in a special way. We're also acquiring a lot more property right now. We're looking for property, especially housing property in St. Thomas and especially in St. John.
Thank you, Governor. We will now move on to Ray Martinez, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Police Department, followed by Director Barbara McIntosh of BMV, the Bureau of Motor Vehicles. She will be the last one between you and lunch.
Good
if
afternoon.
She's here. Thank you. Commissioner?
Good afternoon, Governor Bryan, Lieutenant Governor Roach, Senate President Francis, the other senators in attendance, my fellow cabinet members, Dr. Hall for hosting us, and all of the others in the room. My PMP colleague said she was grateful to be invited here with her small $3 million. I'm surprised that we were even given a pass to get in the parking lot with the great amount of revenues the VIPD collects on an annual basis. So there are 44 different fees that the VIPD collects, of which that range from between $7 on up to about roughly $200 on the top end. The majority of our fees, our fee collections, are through records as far as police record requests, traffic record requests, firearm licenses, firearm renewals. And then, of course, we have a number of smaller ones as well, collections as it pertains to subpoenas and a number of the watchman and security companies. Next slide. So what we saw in 2020 was that we collected roughly $377,000. Of course, that was a 27% decrease due to COVID-19. We started from 2021 to increase our revenues again. Again, based on this slide, we went up to about $491,000 in 21. 22, we had just a slight decrease, back down to about $490,000. We have absolutely no idea why we saw that decrease. We would have imagined to have continued to increase the collection numbers. Thus far in 2023, we project about $549,000 for 2023. I think thus far we've collected roughly about $520,000, give or take. 2024, we expect to go up to, again, $631,000, and that's going to be dependent on the issuance of a number of, an increase in firearm licenses, as a result also an increase in firearm renewals, and the fact that we are going to increase some of the fees beginning April 1st of this year. Again, this slide just shows the very same projections, revenues and projections I spoke about. We can move to the next one. And by month, what we have seen is that the months of May, June, and September are the months that we have the largest collections. We generally run about anywhere between about $44,000, $46,000 on up to $52,000 in revenues during those months. Next slide. All right, again, this is the same thing. It shows that again in the months of May, June, and September, we have the highest collections again, and most of the collections really come from the application fees, renewal of firearm licenses, and again, the number of requests for traffic and police record checks. Moving forward, again, we're going to be seeking an increase in proposed fees. These fees, the majority have not been changed since 2011, and with the exception of the firearms license fee was changed back in 2003, but for whatever reasons, the department did not implement those changes, and to date, we've continued to collect that firearm registration fee of $65. However, effective April 1st of next month, we're going to move towards collecting that based on the statute, which is $150. Next slide. So by increasing the revenues and with if we're successful with those proposed fees, what we estimate is that from between 2020, what we collected in 2022, and what we would expect to collect in 2024 is going to be about $180,000 difference in revenues again. So you guys can, in the cabinet, go ahead and put in those huge budgets, because with that 180, I can already see an increase of about $10 million in my budget, right, Jennifer? Next slide. So again, some of the things, it's really important that I touch on these three generators. First of all, by statute, we can collect for the fee for activated alarms. What those are, your burglar alarms. So our rules and procedures provide that after the third, our officers respond to the third alarm per month, we can charge a fee of $100. This has not been done I think the last time it was done was probably 2005. 2006 was the last time we were collecting these fees. Again, we're going to be sending out correspondence to all of those individuals who utilize the systems and to begin collecting again, because again, this has been a loss of revenue. While not major, it is in fact a loss of in revenues. Our online records of firearms processing service, for lack of a better term, is dismal. We are still utilizing a practical manual system. We've been in conversations with the Office of Management and Budget regarding moving forward with funding towards digitizing the entire system. Again, one of the major hurdles in that is going to be that in order for us to fully digitize, we have access to the platform. The issue is that we're going to be required to scan and digitize all of our files. That's going to be really, the cost of that is going to be up there. So we've already been in conversations with OMB regarding trying to find that funding source for us for the digitizing, for the scanning to move forward. And of course, I know that PMP had been in contact with us a couple of months ago regarding the same thing. OMB is also very much, as well as the Department of Finance, are very much interested in this process of scanning as well. So it just may come out that we would jointly move forward on that project through an RFP. And lastly, again, our records management system, which in fact is still tied to the online system, is the fact that we just need to get up to date. We've been in communication with the with BMV. We've been in communication with licensing and DLCA regarding what they did to digitize their systems so that we can utilize our services online. And we expect to have those done within the next couple of months, at least to have that plan moving forward. And it's our intent that as soon as 2024 begins, we would be digital. Questions? That's it for me. There'll be no questions, as or else you'll be getting license, registration, and proof of insurance as you leave. So.
I have a question. And thank you for all you do. I have a question. It's not specifically directed to you, but you also talked about increasing your fees. And what I'm seeing is y'all moving like the supermarket, one big increase one time. I'm thinking that we should consider, I think the Commissioner of Licensing and Consumer Affairs also talked about his increases, but we should be looking at a plan to do incremental increases over the next 5 years, 4 years, or whatever that looks like. But, for instance, I think one of your increases said from 75 to 150?
Correct.
Yeah, so you're hitting, the increases are hitting hard. Why not consider doing incremental increases? And I mean, I understand that the increases did not occur in 20 plus years, et cetera, in some instances. I think in yours, you said 2011.
Correct.
Right? But we have to also consider inflation in the territory. But incremental increases over time, what do you say? This is our schedule, and over the next 5 years, this is what to expect. That way also, you will see succession, meaning as administrations come and go, then we won't have to wait 20 years to see increases, because people forget. So just give that consideration. And this is not for you, this is for I heard licensing. This is just for the overall executive branch with considering the increasing of their fees. Thank you.
Point well taken. And just to add, that one, maybe I didn't explain it right. That one fee that we're thinking about jumping from $75 up to $150 should have been implemented going back to 2003 when it was originally increased then, and we just have failed to do that. But I'll take it. I take your point.
I also want to say, Senator, these are the revised increases that they want. And I had to talk them down from 100% to 200%. Nobody likes increases, but I think
what we're looking at is we're in good times. Businesses are doing well. Items like firearms that are luxury items, I think, people have more and more guns in their homes. You find like single firearm holders have 3, 4 licenses. That's ways we could make money and keep people safe at the same time. So, right.
Right.
Thank you. Question?
Thank you. And to your point, Senator, and to the governor's point as well, what Commissioner Martinez said is actually true. That 150 is actually on the books already. It's just that they haven't been charging it. So he's not really charging or increasing the fee. The fee is on the books already. He just needs to start collecting it so we can actually start getting the money in. So just to put that out there.
Question on this, and good afternoon. I wanted to ask, I was actually waiting for the BMV to come up, but as I'm listening to some of the enforcement agencies, I know we do have a lack of enforcement in some areas, but what I wanted to hear as well in this presentation is any collections on special events when you're doing escorts, funeral escorts, regular escorts, when we're shutting down the streets, putting up barricades, etc. There's supposed to be a special event fee. I didn't hear anything about that, and wanted to know if we're starting to look at the impound lots. To me, this government has become a contractor for our private wreckers, and the VIPD is calling wreckers, and they're doing the impound. What is the VIPD doing about the impound lots to collect some revenues?
Well, to your first question regarding the lost my train of thought now, but to your regarding the revenues collected for escorts and things of that nature, we've continued to we've been collecting those. We haven't stopped. As a matter of fact, one of the reasons we wanted to increase those fees was, again, those fees haven't been touched from 2011. It's about $100 for funerals, and then if they want an additional officer, it's $50 is that specific fee. And so we've moved to increase those fees. As it pertains to the records and through with the blessing of the governor through the Office of OMB, we received, the department received about $9 million to purchase another fleet of vehicles, which includes records, boat tows, and flatbeds for each district. We're also moving towards hardening our present impound lots, and to begin the process. Once the records are here, we are going to begin the process of charging for impounded vehicles as well.
Commissioner, I just wanted to go back to the last slide where you said anticipated and projected revenues. Just a clarification. If you pull it back, can they do it? It goes to the activated alarms, and you specifically reference businesses. That doesn't include like home systems and
Yes, it does. It includes all activated alarms. So whether it's a business or your private home, the once we respond more than 3 times for the month, from the 4th time on, it's a $100 fee.
Okay. And lastly, it seems to me that there's a ton of money from people who run stop signs and run red lights and so forth, and I was curious as to collection activity or cameras and finding, because there's a lawlessness on the road that I think those kind of people who do that should be paying more versus my curtain blowing and making my alarm go off I have to pay $100. You know what I'm saying?
LT, I didn't want you sitting at the table with the senators because you go back to your days with the Senate.
I was trying not to.
But
they put me here.
So Senate, and of course it's fitting that you would ask that question because Senate President Francis and I have been in communication regarding what is deemed a red light camera system or a green light traffic system that we are I would say that, again, between now and hopefully the end of the year, we'll be able to have that program in place. And it also it's fitting that, it'd be followed by BMV, because a great part of that program is the system that we have between BMV, the VIPD, and the courts. So once, the way the system will work is once you run a red light or there's an infraction or incursion, the system will take your ticket, then we review it, and from the review process, once it's okayed, it goes directly to the BMV where the citation is sent, not to you, but it's sent to the owner of the vehicle. And before that, then of course they can go to court to pay the fines. If not, then once again they return to BMV to license the cars, the vehicle, then of course there's a lien placed on the vehicle. But I can tell you we're going to increase revenues drastically with that system. I imagine that within the first 8 to 9 months, we're going to recoup the cost of that system. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Martinez. LT, just so you know, the revenues for those tickets go to the court, which is a whole other story. So let's fix that. Great, I need to see that law, so I know. Yeah, as far as I know. Thank you very much, Assistant Director LaFon for the Bureau of Motor Vehicles. You stand between us and lunch, so 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me? Good afternoon, BMV, standing between lunch. As she said, my name is Leon LaFon. I'm the Assistant Director here on behalf of our fearless Director, Director Barbara McIntosh, here to present the revenues on behalf of the Bureau of Motor Vehicles. The Bureau of Motor Vehicles fiscal year, next slide, fiscal year 2022 revenue is $9,176,664 compared to fiscal year 2021 revenue, which was $10,120,637. Our fiscal year 2022 projection was $11,558,000. As you look at the monitor, our actuals for as of February 28 was $3 million. However, as to date, we've generated $4.1 million. Next slide. This slide illustrates in comparison our major activities, which are driver's license, ID cards, learner's permits, and vehicle registration activities. These activities are inspections, registrations, and titles. Our projections, therefore, take into account the number of transactions processed and the related cost per transactions for all of our activities. Next slide. At the Bureau of Motor Vehicles, we also projected the revenues by fund. Annually, 75% of the revenues collected is deposited into the Transportation Trust Fund, 11% into the Personalized License Plate Fund, 6% into the General Fund, 4% into our Peace Officer Training Fund, and 1% into the Motorcycle Safety Fund. Approximately 3% will be deposited into the VI Historic Commemorative Fund, specifically for the purchasing of the new Emancipation Commemorative License Plates. Next slide. In summary, the projected increases in revenues in 2024 is as a result of the fees collected when the current license plates are changed for the new Emancipation plates. In 2024, All plates should have been exchanged territory-wide. In 2025, we do anticipate a slight increase over the 2022 collections. This is contingent upon the continued access to our online services, revenue-generating measures, such as the implementation of the Driver Improvement Program, which is better known as the point system, and full implementation to the BMV cash management system. On behalf of the management at the Bureau of Motor Vehicles, where excellence is all we do, I want to say thank you. Hope I made you proud, Director O'Neill.
Thank you. That
No
was
problem.
awesome in terms of time. Questions for Assistant Director Lafon?
There's one at the back. His mic, I think his mic is off.
Okay, there you go. Good afternoon. Thank you for your presentation. I'm sure your director will be proud of you. However, I wanted to ask, I know we're estimating, but because of my observations, I wanted to ask if you have an approximate of what we've lost in revenues with registered vehicles. There's
Yep.
a large number of unregistered vehicles on the roadway, and what I'm seeing is in the millions in 1 year. So can you
Yes,
tell
so-
us something about that, please?
Yes, first I want to give kudos to Commissioner Martinez and his team for the increased enforcement. But because of the large influx of unregistered vehicles, we've lost approximately $1.3 million.
1.3, and that's in a calendar year, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm listening to everything that's being said, so we're going to also be looking at the increasing of fines. I love what the Lieutenant Governor spoke about, but these traffic fines need to go up as well. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Tomorrow at the legislature, there is a bill on the agenda that allows the issuance of restricted license for undocumented. So I was wondering if you had any kind of an estimate on what the additional revenues might be from those, that new category of licenses.
At this present time, we don't have an estimate. But hopefully after to the legislative hearing, we'll be able to project something for you.
Question in front from Senator Fred Gregory.
So very quickly, just going back, harkening back to the question from Senator Gittins, I think. So when we look at the numbers in 2022, there was 9.1 million, and then 23, I think you're projecting 10.1, right? For FY23. Is there a system within the DMV that red flags those vehicles that don't come back in for registration? Do you have a system, and if you do, what do you do with the data?
At this present time, we don't have a system. However, there is a recent law that was passed, the special permit law. Before that was passed, vehicles were able to be shipped to the island and not come directly to the BMV. So in other words, they were released from the shipping companies. However, with this new implementation of this law being passed, there's a special permit that requires them to come to the BMV. Once that information is generated, it will be available to law enforcement. So they'll be able to see that.
Okay, so but you don't have a system that would red flag
them.
those
Not
that
at
were
this present
registered in the previous year, but didn't register in the current year? No.
The only system that we have, if I'm standing corrected, is we normally send out notices, which these notices are slated to send out in the next 2 weeks. So of course, inform those those motorists who have not registered their vehicles, to alert them to come in and register their vehicles.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your presentation. Really quick, when it comes to the vehicles, as everybody's been talking about, and the number of vehicles on the road, we realize that the carrying capacity at some point is not going to be able to contain the cars or the number of vehicles on our roadways. Are you all looking at that to say, okay, at some point we have to stop allowing vehicles in, or is there some sort of process you guys are considering? Because at some point there are going to be more cars than there is roadway.
Yeah, that's currently in conversation right now. The director have been, of course, working closely with, of course, VIPD to, of course, mitigate that situation. So eventually we'll have some kind of PSA notifying about the limitation of vehicles on island. Okay.
All right, thank you very much,
You're welcome.
Assistant Director LaFond. We will now take a 15-minute break for lunch, and that's just for you to get your food. We will do a working lunch, sorry. So you'll continue to eat, you know, at your tables. Give you 15 minutes to go ahead and get your food, except poor Ava needs to eat and get her food and eat quick, so please let Ava be the first in line since she's the next presenter after lunch. Those of you who have presented, if you need to leave, please feel free to do so. Of course, we would love to have you for the rest of the day and, you know, hear from all the other presenters. But we'll continue in about 15 minutes. And also, I want to announce for all of the presentations are now on OMB's website, omb.vi.gov. You can go there and I think click on publications. It should be all posted now so that you can review as the other presenters come up after lunch. So thank you. 15 minutes, we'll resume. We're good? All right. Thank you. We are back, and we will resume with the next presenter, Virgin Islands Port Authority.
Good afternoon, Governor. Good afternoon, Lieutenant Governor, Senate President, Senators, all in attendance. Good afternoon. My name is Ava Penn. I am the Director of Financial Affairs at the Virgin Islands Port Authority. I'll be presenting on behalf of Executive Director Carlton Dow. I see I have the pleasure of presenting during lunch, so I'll be quick, and I hope you guys don't fall asleep. Just a quick overview, the Virgin Islands Port Authority. We manage the 2 airports and all of the public seaports with the exception of Waiko. Do I have a screen up? Is the screen up? Oh, okay. All right. Okay, we are governed by a 9-member board that sets a policy and an executive director who implements policy and oversees daily operations at the port. Next slide, please. The next slide just shows some statistics. Commissioner Buchalter, he kind of went over them earlier today. I would just say that for fiscal year 2024, in regards to revenues coming in on the aviation side, we expect to generate approximately between 15.2 to 15.5 million in PSC and departure fees, and approximately 19 million on the aviation side as it relates to cruise ships from various wharfage and port dues. Next slide. The next slide just shows over the last 6 years what our budgets and our revenues have been. For fiscal year 2023, our revenue is budgeted at 72.7 million. As of January of this year, we have generated 22.1 million in revenues, which is 30% of our annual projections and 3% shy of our January target. All right, so Port Authority is project-based. It's a project-based entity. The next slide shows current active projects. We have right now 20 active projects, 12 in aviation, 8 in marine. And we have expended, of those projects, 55.1 million. As of January, we've remitted to IRB $386,000 in gross receipts. We have, of those projects, 58.7 million to expend, of which we anticipate 60% of that 58 to occur in this fiscal year, 2023, the other 40% in 2024. Okay, the next slide just gives a breakdown, gives some detail of the different projects that we have ongoing between Aviation St. Thomas and St. Croix and Marine St. Thomas and St. Croix. Next slide shows our anticipated projects that we hope would be coming online in 2024 and 2025. I must say that this is preliminary as we are still developing our budget for fiscal year 24, and it would have to get the approval of our governing board, which should happen in July of this year. So the chart shows, the slide shows that in FY 2024, we anticipate 106.9 million in projects, 173.2 in FY 2025, 52.5 in aviation, 54.5 in marine. That's for 2024, 2025, 79.2 and 94 million in 2025. The next couple of slides just give a breakdown of the different kind of projects that we would that we're thinking about have in concept or planning to implement in the next 2 fiscal years. And I just wanted to close out by highlighting a couple of the projects that we have online right now and are contemplating. You can go to the next slide. Next slide, next slide. Okay. So, as most of you have known, Executive Director has been making his rounds regarding the public-private partnership initiative that the Port Authority has been embarking upon. And that is a project that we are looking to partner with a private developer operator to modernize and upgrade the Sika and Hera airports. RFQs were issued in December 29th of 2022, and the deadline for submission for the RFQ is March 16th. If everything goes well, the board will be contemplating reviewing the proposals in January of 2024, and we anticipate groundbreaking of construction in the first quarter of 2025. Another project, next slide, another project that is currently ongoing is our Sika Parking and Transportation Center, which is a 3-level parking garage accommodating approximately 550 parking spaces, with the first floor designated for taxis and rental cars. The first phase of this project is anticipated for completion this summer, with the final completion slated for the second quarter of 2024. Next slide shows some projects, marine cargo projects on St. Croix, the Wilford Bomba Alec Port and Transportation Center. Improvements. Right now, we are preparing a grant to be submitted to fund this project. The Gallows Bay warehouse demolition is slated to occur pending the final relocation of the tenants to the Gordon Finch Molasses Terminal. And that should happen around May of this year. And we have parking lot resurfacing at the Gordon Finch Molasses Pier, which is going to begin later this month. We also have, next slide, some marine facility repairs at the Ann Abramson Marine Facility. We have the replacement of the tender pier landing. That started in January, and it should be completed by the 4th quarter of this fiscal year. And the replacement of damaged storm panels, which also started in January and should be completed by this summer. And lastly, on St. John, we have two projects. The repairs and the improvements of the Lorraine Boynes dock started last month. You can go to the next slide. And there is the design for the Enide Community Multipurpose Park is it's being started. The master plan has been completed and the design and permitting is in progress. I just wanted to take the time to thank the governor, lieutenant governor, and the legislature for all of the support that they have provided to the Virgin Islands Port Authority in appropriating sums of monies for these capital projects. And we look forward to future assistance. Thank you. Any questions?
You go back about 18 slides. When you look at your capital projects over the years, in the first year, you increase your capital project expenditure by like 90%. And then you increase it another 60% in 25. That seems pretty aggressive given the capacity of the Port Authority. So the majority of the stuff is all of it going to be outsourced.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, it's aggressive, and our director is aggressive. So, it's just, yes.
So, my question on top of that question is, I saw that too. So, the increase in the projects, you are utilizing federal funds, et cetera, because I saw like you have a significant increase in your marine projects. Where are you getting the funding for your marine projects?
Grants, MARA grants for the
Tiger
one
grant,
at
that's
the
all?
container port.
Okay.
We have to apply for the grant, so we anticipate applying for the grant, it being awarded, and
You're talking to the mic. Okay, so the real question I'm trying to ask is, based on what you've laid out as it relates to the projects, there is funding available for all of those projects you've laid out. That's the question.
We're in the process of applying for the grants.
So the funding ain't available yet.
The funding is available. We just have to apply for the funding and get selected and awarded.
Is
So
it
it's different
competitive?
stages.
Is it competitive?
It's competitive.
So
yes.
then, if it's competitive, then the funding is available based on whether or not you win the bid,
Yes.
the competition for the
Yes.
grant. Okay, thank you. That's the slide. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Penn. We will now continue with Executive Director, the Assistant Executive Director for the Economic Development Authority. Proceed.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Governor Bryan, Lieutenant Governor Roach, members of the 35th Legislature, the Governor's Cabinet, attendees and listening audience. My name is Rosa Thomas. I am the Assistant CEO of the Economic Development Authority. Next slide. What is economic development? In its essence, economic development seeks to improve the economic well-being and quality of life for our community by creating and retaining jobs that will enhance wealth, stimulate growth, and provide a stable tax base through programs and policies. The Economic Development Authority has 4 units: the Economic Development Bank, the Enterprise Zone, the Economic Development Commission, and the Industrial Park. All units complement and collaborate to generate economic opportunities in the territory. The bank, as a secondary lender, provides moderate rate loans to small businesses with targeted products for farmers and fishers. The enterprise zone encourages residents to invest in revitalizing once vibrant communities through tax credits and incentives. The Economic Development Commission, known as the EDC, focuses on attracting businesses to our shores through tax incentives that realize income tax revenues, capital investments, jobs, and charitable contributions. Under the EDC program, the territory and residents realize financial gains for any tax revenue foregone by providing tax incentives. All beneficiaries pay income, payroll, property, franchise, and stamp taxes. While corporate taxes and personal income taxes are reduced, beneficiaries pay full tax rate on global non-VI EDC personal income and income from services provided in the USVI. At the minimum, all beneficiaries must invest $100,000 in capital outlay and purchase goods and services from local businesses. Their workforce must consist at the minimum of 5 employees, of which 80% are residents of the Virgin Islands, and 20% must be in management or supervisory roles. All employees are entitled to health insurance, retirement plans, federal, local holidays, and paid time off. Employees are provided tuition reimbursement and training for management positions. Beneficiaries must contribute annually to the Board of Education, Department of Labor, and nonprofit organizations. They must also provide internships or scholarships. Next slide. In the last 5 years, we have seen our applications grow and the anticipated tax revenues from beneficiaries grow along with it. The projected applicants for 2023 is in line with prior years. The data shown here is the first quarter of 2023. We usually see an uptick in applicants in the second and third quarters. Based on the cost-benefit analysis, we have seen in the last 5 years that new applicants contribute on average over $6 million in investments, add over 100 jobs with wages up to $24 million, and contribute over $40 million in tax revenue. Designated service businesses continue to outpace the other industries in new applications and current beneficiaries. We continue to pursue target markets like hotels and light manufacturing, especially for the South Shore of St. Croix. For the last 7 years, we have maintained an average of 77 active beneficiaries. They have paid taxes and duties ranging from a low of $70 million up to $120 million. We estimate the average annual taxes and duties of $90 million a year. The fiscal impact of new beneficiaries' corporate and global tax contributions are projected to increase by $5 to $9 million each year. Therefore, we can anticipate that all beneficiaries in 2023 will contribute well over $90 million in tax revenue, add over 50 new jobs, and make upwards of $10 million in investments to the local economy. Thank you. Questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Thomas?
Appreciate that. Good. Right after you eat. Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. We will proceed with the Public Finance Authority. Oh, Mr. Simmons.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I guess I need to come down because I can't see the slides from here. Oh, see, I ain't accustomed to having a speech-making thing, you know. Good afternoon. My name is Nathan Simmons. Good afternoon, Lieutenant Governor. I know the governor is here. I saw him earlier, but Mr. President, Senate President, Senator Gregory, all senators. So the PFA, or you could go straight to slide 3 and forget that. I still have to come now because I can see it from up there. Okay, so what we're looking at here is the revenues that the Public Finance Authority contributes to the general fund. As you can see, for fiscal year 2022, we contributed some $84 million. And after that, you see a big drop off. That's primarily because we refunded the matching fund revenue bonds in 2022. And the savings that would normally go to the general fund now goes to the GRS. So we have made a significant contribution annually towards the GRS to resolve its insolvency. So going forward, those of us who getting ready to retire don't have to worry too much about the GRS anymore. So that's the reason you see that big drop in revenue. Consistent, though, is the Community Facilities Trust Fund. That revenue, you see about $1.2 million consistently. The Lonesome Dove is a corporation that the PFA owns. Really, it has about over 500 interest in over 500 oil wells throughout the United States, and we generate some revenue from those wells. The monies from the revenue that we receive go to the Bureau of Internal Revenue to pay off the debt that is owed by the corporation to the government. So in 2023, we're projecting $2 million. And as you can see at 24 and 25, it decreases a little bit. And that's because in 2022, we were successful in getting a lot of monies that had been withheld by some of those companies in the States and did not send it to us. So we got all of that back money in 2022. Some of it's still coming in 2023, and then going forward, we expect to average about $1.5 million. From the Lime Tree Bay terminals, of course, is on St. Croix, and currently they are paying about $7 million annually to the government, which goes into the general fund. That's the payment in lieu of taxes, actually, that they're paying. 2021, it was about $11.5 million, but since then, as you know, they've lost their biggest client, which was the refinery. And so we expect that they'll be paying around $7 million annually going forward for some time. And there's a promissory note, of course, that Lime Tree Bay owes to the government, a $10 million promissory note, and they pay $2.3 million on that note, which also goes to the general fund. The refinery is not operational right now. Lime Tree, of course, declared bankruptcy, and subsequently the assets were sold to Port Hamilton Refinery and Transportation, and Port Hamilton has not yet been able to get the necessary permits to restart the refinery. So we don't project any revenues from that source anytime soon. Next slide. This is a slide of our capital funding that we have available. There are several departments and agencies that have authorized funding from bond proceeds that is held with the Public Finance Authority. And I think some $54 million in project funding is available. All departments and agencies are aware of this funding, and some are spending it expeditiously. Others are waiting for permits or other things to happen for them to spend those monies. Next slide. Okay, gross receipts specifically that we contribute to the general fund from our disaster recovery consultants, which managed by the Office of Disaster Recovery. We contributed $4.9 million in 2022. We're projecting $2 million in 23, $2.2 million in 24, and same $2.2 million in 25. Again, those revenues may have been already projected by ODR. So we have to be cautious when we look at this information, because except for the PFA admin consultants, which is about $220,000, all of the other gross receipts projections were or should be also in other areas such as ODR, Public Works, may have also projected some of that funding. So we need to be cautious when looking at that information. Next slide. Our debt service and our bonds, of course, it has been substantially reduced. If you see 2021, we had the matching fund revenue bonds outstanding, so our debt service was 160 million. Next slide. In 22, it was 196 million. Next slide. In 23, you see it substantially decreased to $67.5 million, and that's because we no longer pay the matching fund bonds through the PFA. As you know, the legislature created the Matching Fund Special Purpose Securitization Corporation, which issued the matching fund revenue bonds, so they're no longer on the books of the government. So that's why you see that substantial decrease for 23. And next slide, 24, and next slide, 25. So, okay, next slide. That's it. Any questions? Could you go back to slide 5, I think?
Okay, I think I just wanted to be clear on where no, that's not it.
The one before that. Previous? No, previous.
One more. Okay.
Yeah.
So up above you have Lonesome Dove goes to Senior Citizen Fund, then General Fund, and down below you have it's going to IRB to satisfy tax obligations.
Right.
Is it just recorded as satisfying the obligation and then into the general fund? Just to be clear.
Yeah, the monies goes to IRB to satisfy the tax obligation. IRB then deposits the first $500,000 into the where is it? Senior Citizens Fund, the first $500,000. Anything over $500,000 goes to GRS to fund outstanding contributions. So yes, it's just a pass-through. They record it against the obligation, but then the monies go to these separate funds.
So I'm glad that the Lieutenant Governor asked that question because, of course, we made significant commitments to GRS, and we actually forgot that anything in excess. What excess have we seen over the years?
Over the years, it has not been too significant because over the years, a lot of the funding that we should have been collected, we weren't collecting because of, not really being aware of what was happening in the industry and not paying closer attention to the changes. And we had operators that were closing some wells, opening new wells, and they weren't sending us all of the money. So over the years, it has not been too much. I think we were averaging like $500,000. So it was barely enough to go to the Senior Citizens Fund.
Right, but, okay, so, well, I understand that. We made, significant changes to how we treat girls.
Yes.
As far as outstanding obligations. So for us to continue to call that or to include that as part of and I'm sure that the OMB director will agree with me on this one. Although we're not seeing the money as we speak, I mean, I'm certain that as we begin to monitor it in an earnest way, you may see the revenues increase.
Absolutely.
Right? So I think that that's something that we need to discuss and really look at as it relates to unfunded obligations to girls, because I think we've long passed that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. No other questions? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Simmons. We will now have the presentation from the St. Thomas St. John Chamber of Commerce, Mr. John Woods.
Is this on? Okay. All right, thank you. My presentation will be geared towards remarks, not a visual presentation as with everyone else. So focus on me. You don't have to look at the pictures, and there won't be any slides to go back to, and you won't remember half the stuff I say. So I want to say good day to all of you. Governor Bryan, if he's in the building, Lieutenant Governor Roach, members of the 35th Legislature, all of the commissioners, directors, and the rest of the general audience. My name is John Woods. I'm the president of the St. Thomas St. John Chamber of Commerce. My comments today are going to be very similar to those I gave last year at your previous revenue estimating conference. The biggest changes that we've experienced this year have been a result of the impact of the war in the Ukraine, worldwide shipping shortages, and inflation. Those have been significant here as it relates to some parts of our economy I will talk about. The hospitality industry remains strong as the cruise ship industry has rebounded somewhat from the impact of the pandemic. Overnight hospitality still remains strong, while those numbers have receded somewhat since the peaks experienced in 2021. Even so, overall, the combined numbers are encouraging in both of those industries. Disaster recovery projects will and may remain an economic driver for up to the next, I would say, 7 to 8 years, at least here in the territory. This has resulted in an opportunity for the need of more housing, not necessarily luxury or tax credit driven low-income housing, but middle to high-income housing. This is needed for Virgin Islanders here who want to return home, as well as the multitude of construction workers that will descend on many of these projects I'm talking about. While we have seen, many of us have seen a lot of disaster recovery projects going on here in the territory, you still haven't seen the very big ones start, such as CHS, Roy Schneider Hospital, Juan Louis, and Arthur Richards is just getting off the ground. So that's going to bring a lot of people here that need housing. The lack of capacity in this residential market has created, I feel, a greater interest in the revitalization of historic properties here in Charlotte-Amalie. While we at the Chamber support the revitalization of the historic district, we hope any effort will have at its core the removal of impediments that hamper local families from holding on to their ancestral properties. The real estate agents are hot on the heels of revitalization because they see the opportunity, but certainly we don't want to see just gentrification occur in those areas. A cornerstone of the Chamber membership remains downtown Charlotte-Amalie businesses. It's no secret that the western portion of downtown has regressed over the past 7 years as a result of the Main Street reconstruction, the 2017 hurricanes, and the pandemic. We also know this is indicative of a significant change in direction needed for the downtown area. We can't simply rely on a single industry in downtown. We will reach out to our public sector partners to assist in the development of new businesses and opportunities in downtown. We know one of those opportunities is going to be what I referenced, residential. I see a great deal of speculation in the downtown area for residential development, whether it be short-term, hotel, even permanent residential. And we know this would be a great boost to redeveloping the downtown because it'll generate other businesses such as food and entertainment, and this is what is ultimately, I think, will bring back the Charlotte-Amalie that was commonplace up to about the end of the 80s. However, the global issues I referenced earlier regarding shipping and inflation have had a dramatic impact on the cost of construction here. We've seen 20% jumps in material costs, not even from year to year, but month to month. And so that's a very difficult number to deal with moving forward. And I think certainly the Office of Disaster Recovery has seen that as well in the bids they're receiving on many of these projects. This has impeded some of the residential projects from moving forward due to cost. I think as a territory, we may need to consider regulating parts of the construction industry. I think in particular concrete. I believe this is done in Puerto Rico as a protected industry in Puerto Rico, which is why you'll find concrete costs so much less in Puerto Rico than the territory. Other areas we'll get involved in with our public partners will be in taxation, particularly as it pertains to unemployment and Social Security and those areas where we've seen big increases. That's it. Thank you very much. I'll answer any questions. I'm glad Governor Bryan isn't here because he asked all the questions last year. I hope that'll hold true.
Thank you so much, Mr. Woods. Are there any questions?
Good.
If not, thank you very much.
All right, I'm glad he isn't here. Thank you very much.
All right, we'll be followed now by the St. Croix Chamber of Commerce and Akil St. John, President.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Akil St. John. I am a corporate lawyer and chairman of the board of directors of the St. Croix Chamber of Commerce. As a statutory principle of this conference, it is an honor to discuss St. Croix's economy with this esteemed group. And as somebody who's not as familiar with speaking, I spoke last year, but I forgot protocol, so let me recognize the governor who's not here. but he was here, so he might be somewhere around here, as well as the Senate President, our Lieutenant Governor, all of the commissioners, senators, and dignitaries and public officials in attendance. In my address from last year, I expressed cautious optimism. I noted that the Crucian economy was reeling from the closure of the refinery, and the effects of Hurricanes Irma and Maria were still being felt. Based on discussions with our membership, I am happy to report that things have markedly improved on St. Croix since last year. First, the St. Croix Chamber has worked very closely with Royal Caribbean Cruise Line and the Office of the Governor to facilitate the influx of over 140,000 new cruise visitors to the island of St. Croix. The effects of this influx are already being felt in the economy. Second, President Joe Biden recently signed into law the National Heritage Area Act, which designates the entire area of St. Croix as a National Heritage Area. This designation allows for the development and promotion of St. Croix's culture to the rest of the country and indeed to the world. Third, improvements on the healthcare front, such as the infusion of cash to both of the territory's hospitals, as well as the anticipated opening of JFL North, the new modular hospital at the Wang Lui Hospital, will undoubtedly have a positive effect on the economy. For too long, the lack of adequate healthcare services has suppressed St. Croix's economy. Too many people and businesses who would undoubtedly benefit our economy refuse to move to or invest in St. Croix due to the lack of adequate healthcare. The Chamber had a chance to tour, actually, the JFL North facility a couple months ago, and I can assure you that the technology available in those units was simply mind-blowing. And I know that many of you had the opportunity to tour it as well, so you guys know. We have been working very closely with our government partners over the past couple years since I've been with the Chamber. We have had town halls with many of the commissioners here. We've had events at the Department of Labor, Business After Hours. We've had Business After Hours at the EDC. We've had town halls with the Department of Health, the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. And we work very closely with the Office of the Governor on various pieces of legislation that come forward. We also were involved with the Office of Senator Gittens on a proposal he had with respect to revitalizing the downtown areas. And so there are many things that we have been involved with, and we look forward to working with you all more on that in the future. So while things are certainly improving, there are still some areas that we need to focus on to improve St. Croix's economy even more. It goes without saying that we have a transportation crisis on St. Croix. One of the things that I gleaned from our discussions with Royal Caribbean when they had the town hall in St. Croix was, we don't have transportation capacity for the cruise ships that are coming in. I think we had like 10% of capacity for the cruise ship. So if there's 3,000 people on a cruise ship, we had a capacity for 300 based on our current transportation needs. So that's something that we have to improve. It goes without saying that it should no longer be taboo in the Virgin Islands to say that we should join every other jurisdiction in the United States and embrace ride-sharing apps. That's right, there are ride-sharing apps available in both Puerto Rico and Guam. We should not be the last jurisdiction on earth to adopt it. That's pretty simple. We must also do everything we can to bring down the cost of air travel to the territory and increase inter-island travel opportunities. We heard earlier that there's movement with respect in that regard, but we all know people who have been missing graduations, weddings, deferring healthcare visits because of the cost to travel to the mainland. And so our economy cannot survive if we have these exorbitant rates for travel. We must also examine laws and eliminate those laws that actively suppress economic growth. Now, this is an area that my good friend Joe Lee and I disagree about, but I think moving forward, we have to start looking at whether a sales tax makes more sense than a gross receipts tax. We're aware of all the reasons why we can't do that right now. We have bonds and that are tied. We're not saying we need to do this overnight, but you know, what happens sometimes is that there's a compounding effect with this gross receipts tax, right? So let's say there's a shipper that ships bananas into the Virgin Islands, and they have to pay their gross receipts tax, so they apply their 5% onto their cost of shipping that banana. Okay, they deliver that banana to a grocery store. The grocery store is independently responsible for their 5% gross receipts. So the grocery store puts their 5% tax on that banana. They then sell that set of bananas to a bistro. The bistro is independently responsible for their own 5% gross receipts tax, so they slap their 5% tax on it. So by the time you walk into that bistro, you buy that banana, there's a 10 to 15% upcharge in the price. And a lot of times we don't realize that when we walk in to establishments and purchase goods, that part of why this, we're already paying an inflated tax that's built into what we're paying. And so moving to a sales tax would be less punitive. We all know the way corporate income taxes are supposed to work is you're taxed on your profit. The gross receipts tax taxes you regardless of whether you're profitable or not. So if you're $1 million in the hole, you're just working essentially to pay this gross receipts tax that probably would be better spent keeping somebody on the payroll. So that's just, again, it's not something to move toward tomorrow. I'm not saying anything that's foreign, but I think as we move forward, we have to start looking at that. We should also start looking at some of our employment laws. As you guys are well aware, we have some of the strictest employment laws in the country, actually the strictest employment laws in the country. And I'm all about rights as a lawyer, but sometimes we have to ask whether they're consistent with being a tourism-based economy. Because, if you're the St. Regis in, Florida or whatever, you can just say, hey, you know what, you're not a good fit for the St. Regis. You're great, you're competent, you're fine, but you don't have the personality, you're just not a good cultural fit. In the Virgin Islands, that's illegal. As the governor knows, as a former labor commissioner. You can't just get rid of somebody because their personality isn't a good fit. Under the Wrongful Discharge Act, you have 9 enumerated areas, and it has to be one of those 9 areas in order to terminate somebody. So again, we have to start looking at some of these laws and asking whether it's the most business-friendly result that we can have. But overall, our economy is heading in the right direction. As I mentioned, this administration has been extremely transparent to the private sector, so many town halls, so many just informing the private sector before you do things, and we look forward to working with you guys even more. So with new cruise ship port calls, congressional designation as a national heritage area, a new modular hospital, economic growth is highly likely, and the Chamber looks forward to economic growth on St. Croix over the next year.
Thank you, Mr. St. John. Are there any questions?
Is the Chamber actively moving forward legislation to get rid of the Wrongful Discharge Act? I mean, right now, what has happened as a former labor commissioner, we're having a lot of low-wage employees being hired as contractors instead of employees in order to get around the Wrongful Discharge Act. And all those employment contracts now have binding arbitration attached to them as well too. So we've kind of negated the use of the law. So really who's getting victimized is the really smaller businesses that don't have the HR or the expertise in order to go around it. So I think with as unionized as working populace that we have, if the Chamber is interested in abolishing that act, I think it should move on or extend the the probation period for employees to a year instead. I think that would be reasonable as well.
I don't think I'm on, I don't hear myself. Okay, I completely agree, Governor. And you will see legislation coming forward. We're going to work with our partners in the legislature and government house on that. I agree that it really punishes the small businesses because, as you mentioned, the small businesses are the ones without the HR department to figure out, and the legal department to figure out how to hire folks as contractors, how to create policies on rules and reasonable rules and regulations under the statute to kind of avoid some of the issues. So it's the small business that goes and hires folks, then they fire them, and then they end up spending $100,000 on legal fees because they didn't do it in accordance with the statute.
Yeah, so now would be the time to look at that and also for the lowering the unemployment weeks of compensation. So instead of getting 26 weeks, you probably get 13 weeks.
Right.
And also to lower the amount of the weekly benefit because the businesses are also under duress because they're getting extra unemployment tax because we owe so much money. So I think now that we're in good times with a low unemployment rate is the time to do that. And like, if things get worse later on, we could always switch it back, or the Senate, the legislature could choose to do a 5-year sunset just so we could catch up. Because what's happening is businesses are paying like almost like 5-6% of an employee's salary now into unemployment because the taxes are, because the debt is so high. And what that's forcing is forcing people to do hire contract workers, and those people aren't paying into Social Security or anything else, and they'll end up being our problem as a government years from now when they're trying to retire or other things. So those are some things that we really need to look at now that the economy is well. And for the record, I agree with you. We do need, I would much prefer a sales tax, but like how do we transition is the problem from bonds that are tied through the gross receipt taxes. And this will be the worst time because we can't refinance that debt now because interest rates are so high.
Right. Agreed, Governor.
Okay, thank you for your testimony around, or your comments rather, around the consideration for us moving to a sales tax. Of course, that requires us to do a complete review. And I think this is a perfect opportunity for us to actually give consideration or the implementation. The legislature, somewhere about 2019, 2020, I think it was 2019, we passed legislation for a tax study commission to be created so we could begin to study those types of matters so we can, decide what's best for our citizenry. So this is a perfect opportunity for us to really begin to have the conversation, staff up or send down the commission members so we could start the work. I think it's very important. It's been discussed. It keeps falling off the wagon, but we really need to look at it to really see if it's something that we should move in that direction in here in the territory. So hopefully it will be considered, the bill will be implemented. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thanks for the presentation. So I know we've had this ongoing dialogue about the Wrongful Discharge Act for years. And I'm not sure that I'm for or against a repeal of it. I'm thinking about it. Everybody who gets fired from the government files the equivalent of a wrongful discharge suit, whether they are classified, serving at the pleasure of the governor, etc. I'm curious as to whether in the private sector you have any data that shows the percentage of employees who are discharged who bring wrongful discharge claims against private employers and who actually succeed in the outcomes. Because that would help, I think, people to understand what the impact is. Because, there's one and there's two. Because we have to protect our employees from just being able to be dismissed by both private and public employers. But we also don't want it to be an impediment to good business. But I think data would really help with regard to seeing that impact.
I completely agree. We don't have any data now, but that's something that we can look at. But if I can tell you, if we had 100 businesses and attorneys in the building, they would all agree with you that this is out of whack. I mean, the employment stuff situation of VI is just crazy. There was a case, and it's public information now, you can Google it, Esperson versus Sugar Bay, where a bartender was fired after allegedly stealing $20. She got a better job 2 weeks later at a higher paying amount of money. And then the jury came back with like a $2 million verdict against the hotel, right? So, I mean, you talk to folks who are in the business community, this is something we don't talk about a lot publicly, but our employment situation is really dire sometimes when it comes to getting rid of folks, especially in a tourism-based economy where you need customer service. Sometimes you walk into an establishment and you don't get good customer service and you blame the business, When the business spoke to the lawyer and said, well, you can't fire them right now. You got a progressive discipline, you got to do this, you got to do that, you got to look at the act. And so it's, whereas, in South Beach, you don't have that issue, right? You're just not a good fit, but there's another employer next door who will take you on.
So LT2, from when I came to labor, there were about 400 or 500 cases backlogged for wrongful discharge. And by the time I left, they were up to date. And it has gone down because the employers have caught on. So the Wrongful Discharge Act only really affects private sector employers with more than 8 or 10 employees. And the reason so if you're in a union, you can't apply for the wrongful discharge. If you have binding arbitration, you can't apply. And if you have a contractual agreement, you can't apply. So over the years, what's happened now is the law really ineffective because all of the cashiers in some of the grocery stores, they're making $15 an hour, $14. They made them sign binding arbitration. I shouldn't say make them, but they want to be employed, so they've signed the binding arbitration letters. So it has become essentially null and void. I forgot that part. I'll get the statistics from labor for you.
All right. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. St. John. We will now have Mr. Peter Chapman, UVI RT Park, to give his presentation.
Thank you, Ms. O'Neill. Again, good afternoon to everyone. I'm Peter Chapman, Chief Executive Officer of the Research and Tech Park Corporation. The RT Park, as many of you know, is a very significant economic development organization in the territory, created under Title 17 of the Virgin Islands Code. And we focus across 5 different programmatic areas, or verticals as we call them. So one is the attraction of mature tech and knowledge-based companies. Second is through entrepreneurship support, particularly via programs like Accelerate VI, talent development platforms such as Vista Plus, which we are implementing in partnership with the VI Department of Labor, access to capital. For example, the Catalyst Fund, which we've implemented with support from both the executive branch and the legislative branches of the VI government. And 5th is facilities development. So for example, Tech Village, which we hope to break ground on in a few months, as well as the forthcoming Innovation District program. With regard to revenue, roughly 97% of our revenue is tied to fees paid by what we call mature companies, mature tech and knowledge-based companies that we've recruited to the territory. 250% of our overall revenue growth, I should say we've experienced 250% revenue growth since 2018, and that is a direct result of increased, more aggressive business attraction activity. Also noteworthy about the numbers you see here is the growth in funding that we've generated for and provided to UVI for scholarships and other initiatives. That has also increased by 250%. We are projecting relatively flat revenue growth between this year and between last year and 2023. And because of volatility, if you will, within the tech sector and other related sectors such as advanced industries, it's very, very difficult for us to intelligently project where revenues are going to go over the next couple of years. And so what you see is an extremely conservative revenue estimate for even 2023. And then in conclusion, it's important to emphasize that all of the revenue that we generate gets recycled into programs, initiatives, and projects that help to support the economic diversification of the Virgin Islands. So with that said, I will pause for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman, but I haven't seen anything for projecting 2024 or 25. Do you have that?
Right. As I just said, we're not projecting 2024 and 2025 because we can't come up with realistic projections. It would be a swag at this point. It would be disingenuous because we don't know where the tech sector is going to go. So for example, Meta just announced today that they're laying off another 10,000 employees. And we are directly tied, our revenue projections are directly tied to activities within the tech and knowledge-based sectors. Other questions?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Director Chapman. I just wanted to understand, you have 5.8 million over the period 2019 to 23 generated for scholarships for UVI. I'm curious to know, are those targeted scholarships or they are available to the general student population?
So they are available to the general student population. So one of the things, this sounds like the Lieutenant Governor, and I should have acknowledged Governor, Lieutenant Governor, Senate President, other senators and agency leaders present. So one of the things that we plan to work on in the coming year, Lieutenant Governor, is putting in place some, for lack of a better term, accountability measures, right? So that we have a clearer understanding of how the money that we are giving to UVI is being utilized, because we are accountable to our client companies that are contributing this money. So now where we are with respect to UVI is about $2.5 million a year, which is, almost a quarter of our budget.
Okay, because I'm thinking, as you continue to generate these revenues, it seems to me that this could also support the free tuition program at the university.
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Yes, good question. Thank you. Other questions?
Yes, thank you. Now, I noticed that you have your 2023 numbers, these are projections until the end of this cycle, 2023, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so now you're projecting about $2 million less in management fees, but at the same time, you're also projecting another, I guess, $2 million in increase in your grant revenues, because it appears to me as though your 2022 numbers and your 2023 numbers are very similar. What is the other grant and what is the grant and other revenues that you are projecting that will increase that much?
Yeah, so thank you for that question. There's a lot embedded within these numbers, one of which is what we call true-ups, right? So we are engaged in an ongoing process of putting in place new compliance measures. And as part of this, we are doing true-ups at the end of each year for each individual client company. And the purpose of the true-ups is to really make us whole. If a company has outperformed its or overperformed its projections, then we need to go back to them and say, well, you owe us X amount of money. So you see that embedded within these numbers.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chapman. That was the last question for you. So we will now proceed to Director Joel Lee of the Bureau of Internal Revenue.
Thank you.
You guys can hear me? Okay, great. Hi, I'm Joel Lee, the Director of the Bureau of Internal Revenue. I had us advance to this slide. Most of my earlier slides are pretty much preliminary. You guys pretty much know what I do at this point. I enforce taxes and I collect. But we want to get into the numbers. I kind of appreciate the way this discussion is going. So I'm kind of run through the main numbers of income taxes that are coming into territory, and then I'll spin off to a discussion about different topics as I hear them being popped up in this forum. So what you have in front of you, general fund collections. You know, right now you're seeing individual income and corporate income. Individual income, if you look at the middle of the page, I'm showing a trend here. In 2020 fiscal year, we had a 453 collected, and then we dipped 439. That was simply because of COVID. We had a lot of shutdowns going on. We were able to recover in fiscal year 2022. You can see fiscal year 2023. That's a projection, so it's a hybrid of actuals from October through February and our budgeted for the rest of the year. So we expect a nice, robust set of income coming in on the individual tax level. Fiscal year 2024, we expect that trend to keep going, and once again, fiscal year 2025, we end up with 589. Simply stated, our unemployment rates are really low, so that's going to drive up income levels as companies start competing for employees, so that's a good thing. We've always been conservative, but we've always been on target. We would like to say, oh, if I'm too low and we get more than what we projected, that's not really a good thing, because you want to be able to budget and be on target so you can kind of have a real idea of what your expenses are going to be. I want to go down to corporate income because this comes up all the time. You can see corporate income for fiscal year 2020, 68 million. For fiscal year 2021, 72. And then for fiscal year 2022, we see 109 million. And then for fiscal year 2023, we see it drop down to 70. So now, on surface value, you can say, well, that's a bad thing. The reason why we had that big increase in fiscal year 2022, FEMA paid in fiscal year 2020 backed up contractor payments from the hurricane. You guys have to stay with me when I explain this to you. So as you know, taxes are filed in the following year, in April. Most corporations file an extension. Those extensions put you 6 months ahead, which then if you go from April to October, that's when those actually filings happen. October is the first month of the following fiscal year, which is FY 2022. So that's why you see this drop from 2022 to 2023. That's actually a bad thing because we want contractors to be paid on time. There were a lot of companies that were out of pocket with payroll expenses while we were in the rebuilding phase. And unfortunately, FEMA delayed. Now they're caught up, so we hope that going forward, we are able to maintain, a somewhat gradual increase and have not these anomalies that kind of throw us off. Next slide. Okay, the other major topic I'm going to speak about is gross receipts. That seems to be a hot topic today. So you can see we expect gross receipts to kind of continue. In our collections, the numbers are there for you. These presentations are on OMB website. But the number one driver for gross receipts recently is construction, contracting. Those are high dollar activities that we see as we drive around the community. Roads, buildings, commercial and residential. Just to be transparent, I actually hold a real estate agent license. The problem with all of these gross receipts due to contracting, I'm seeing a trend of us pricing out our local population. I know there's people, I actually know firsthand, families are moving into one house so that they can fix up the other, which then drives this gross receipts, so then they can just turn it into Airbnbs. That phenomenon is happening. Once again, I'm a real estate guy. I got an email blast, I guess yesterday. Anybody have a 3-month rental? They're willing to pay $10,000 a month. There is no way a local is going to be able to compete with that. I'm kind of sidebarring because Chief Knight said I need to give some more flavor to just the numbers. I'm just making it real. We have a perfect storm brewing. Landlords are kicking out tenants. They don't know where to go. They're starting to, once again, join up with other households, and they're starting to do the math. Like, if you let me stay with you, I'll pay you rent, and then we'll drive up. So while, we had the wonderful presentation as far as tourism, bringing more people down here, and we don't have capacity of hotels, we have a serious problem. Because I have I'm not as active, obviously with this new role, but I have a lot of locals come up to me, is there anything available? My lease is gonna be up, and I have nowhere to go. So that's kind of my take. Now to get back to, also in addition to construction, surprise, surprise, food establishments, supermarkets are the next highest gross receipts, as far as bringing in income. We are tied to the US 1040 IRS tax rates. And I've said this before, those tax rates are estimated over a population of 300 million people. It is a little unfair to now, we are tied to that tax rate with our population of 80,000 people. So, saying all of that, we're not on a level playing field. And to Mr. Attorney Akil's situation about going to a sales tax, the problem with that is, he said it, on a gross receipt level, you get hit multiple times. It is what it is. And on a sales tax, it's only hit on the end user. We in the territory do not have a state level tax like most states. Most states file a federal, which we kind of do, but we just file it here, and they have a state level income tax. So when I start getting into the math as far as going solely to the sales tax, forget the whole conundrum of the bonding issue. We are now putting ourselves at a disadvantage again. Forget the fact the population is smaller than the tax rates established for a bigger population of the mainland. Now we're kind of going backwards. And for me, unemployment is low. People are making money. As a matter of fact, we use this thing at IRB. Everybody's a taxpayer. So that means I'm you guys' partner of sorts. So be nice to me when you see me. That's all I'm saying. But in any case, that's kind of my spiel. And I want to open it up for any questions, because I think we have a small enough crowd with robust discussions that we can have.
Quick question, Director. From 23 to 24, you go up almost 100 million, like 90 million. And then from 24 to 25, you go up another 90 million. That's 180 million. Yet from 21 to now, it has only moved 40 million.
Director Octolane, I think, is a big part of our estimate. Based on our discussion, what I've seen, if we are able to achieve the projects that we can, I am comfortable enough to say we will meet those projections. Because supply chain rates are going to go up, a lot of things are going to be increased in price. It is what it is.
So this is, but if we did it in straight dollar revenue, it would be much less. So this, you think inflation is going to have a major impact?
Yes, absolutely.
That's scary.
Thank you. Director Lee, when I hear someone give me a recommendation, I always have to ask myself, how does your recommendation improve the situation that I have right now? According to your chart, 200 and I don't have on my glasses, but we get maybe $230 million in gross receipts tax. How would swapping out to a sales tax replace those $200 million?
Well, it's going to be significantly less.
Thank you very much, thank you very much. That's what I want someone to say. Too many times I'm hearing in presentations, people are bringing up a recommendation, we should do this and do that, and they're not bringing any numbers with their recommendation. That's what I wanted to say. It's going to be significantly less. So it's not a no-brainer, oh, just move to a sales tax. Thank you very much.
This is why we love these things. We need some real good debates. I mean, a bearish economist would argue that you would have increased sales, consumption would go up, so the taxes would go up.
Across the board.
The other thing they would say too is that, remember right now, people will forget, you don't pay gross receipt under $250,000. So, and then we won't talk about all the other revenue we're losing because people got 10 machines in the businesses, one for each license. So they're killing us that way we don't get all those. You could have $2.5 million worth of revenue under 10 different licenses, right? And you never exceed the top. And then the people who got the machines that when you swipe them, it coming up in sale in St. Martin. Correct. So there's a lot of different ways that money is escaping our economy. The other thing, which I got in trouble for saying this last time, is once we implement a sales tax, then we could collect a sales tax on everything that's sold to the Virgin Islands on the internet. So there's a couple of benefits there that would make up for that. I don't know if it's going to come back to the same.
Chambers don't like that.
And because, I mean, right now, I hate to admit it, but the compounding of the gross receipt is killing us for the inflation piece. So it would, vendors don't tend to lower prices, but they wouldn't go no higher for a little while.
Keep in mind, Governor, we don't pay a state level tax. So, yeah. So we are getting that benefit already.
Good afternoon, Director.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your presentation. I wanted to know how granular can you go with in terms of the gross receipt revenues? How are you tracking the details of where that gross receipt is coming from? Can you just go very definitive?
We go granular because when you fill out the gross receipts form, you are supposed to indicate what industry you're in, which is why I'm able to tell you contracting, food establishments, what have you, are the highest ranking.
And are you tracking that and you're reporting? Do you have that available on your website?
No, I don't have that level. That's just, we have a ton of categories, as you could imagine. So that's, yeah. I mean,
can you produce the top 20, top 25?
I can do that. Okay. That's not a problem, so that we all can be aware of what's.
Yeah, I think it's critical for us to be able to determine exactly where our number is coming from, and we could either up the ante or do a better job in making sure that those come in.
Well, one of the things I'm starting February, I'm actually separating the hotel tax into hotel and non-hotel. So, there was much discussion about those home-based residents, temporary short-term rentals, whatever you want to call it. So that way you can also see that spread, that difference. But that started in February, so going forward, we're going to keep that going. So, just to keep everyone informed.
Very well, thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Director Lee.
Excellent.
We will have now Director Adrian Williams-Achterlin, Office of Disaster Recovery.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. You can hear me? All right. Good afternoon, Governor, Lieutenant Governor, Senate President, all other senators present, my colleagues, and all of stakeholders in generating revenue for the Virgin Islands. And we were responsible, the Office of Disaster Recovery, as you know, is established to be the coordinating hub for all of the recovery projects in the territory. And it's across a number of major funding sources. federal funding sources that includes FEMA, public assistance. We call that the big dogs in the house. Hazard Mitigation Grant Program, the HUD funding, the Department of Transportation, and some other funding that was made available through other federal agencies. When we originally started the disaster, we had expected that the funds would total about $8 billion. And you've heard me talk about it's $8 billion potentially for recovery funding. But with the Bipartisan Budget Act that has created tremendous opportunity for the Virgin Islands, we're now looking at excess of right now $10 billion with the potential to get to $12 billion. So how are we tracking that? We're tracking that by allocation. So allocation means that the money has been set aside for the territory. And obligation, that means we have access to the money and we can start spending it. And then, of course, expenditure rates. So if we look at right now with the $8 billion that we initially we have allocated to the territory, we have about 73% of those funds available, allocated to us, which is $7.3 billion. And obligated, that means that if we want to spend it right now, we have that access. 58%. $5.8 billion, or 58% of the money we anticipated, and we've spent about 29% of that for $2.9 billion. If we made some assumptions in projecting what the revenues from those recovery dollars, federal recovery dollars, and we looked at 200 projects that we expect to be obligated or in progress in FY24 and FY25. That total is $4.3 billion that we expect will impact our revenues during those time periods. The expenditures of $560.2 million in FY24 and $570 million in FY25. It's important to note that this is just straight GRT calculation. It's not any of the residual effect that comes from the spending. This is just the straight line. And so let's look at our projections. So in order to do this, it's an exercise that not just looks at the amount of money totaling for the project. What the team does is they actually look at the spend for every phase of the project. And we do so by funding sources. Some funding sources are a lot easier to spend the funds. Others are a little bit more difficult in order to get dollars through the door. So in looking at where we are for Q1 of 2023, our projections was at $5.1 billion. Now we're looking at $2.8, and that occurred mainly because supply chain issues. Some of the projects, of course, did not get off at the time frame that we expected. We're now looking at schools getting started. Just to give you an example of what the spend is like, the first payment for the school, the Arthur A. Richards Junior High School, was a $12 million payment. So we're looking at the projections from now until they get through the construction period. For FY 2024, for all of the projects, the 200 projects that I mentioned, we're looking at $566 million, and FY25, $574 million. Broken down, and what projects is those numbers generating from? WAPA has a significant portion. We're looking at the Randolph-Harley New Generation project, the undergrounding projects. Undergrounding projects for the last 3 years has really generated a lot of revenue for the territory, but we're completing those projects on St. Croix, but we're getting ready to ramp up new projects on St. Thomas for the undergrounding that's currently going through FEMA process to review the scope so that they can put it out to bid. And we've projected those timelines. We expect to finish all the parks We have two major ones that are actually going through the conceptual process, but all of the other smaller remaining parks we expect to complete during this time frame. As you are aware, the Arthur Richards Junior High School is under construction. Charlotte Amalie High School demolition is in asbestos abatement. And even though you're not seeing actual construction, the design phase, the asbestos abatement also generates revenue because, of course, funds are being expended for these projects. And we have the Charlotte Kimmelman Cancer Center, another larger project that is in construction right now. They're completing the demolition phase, and you will see that begin, as well as the Charles Howard Medical Complex. And then the territory also has $42 million that they have to expend for Head Starts across the territory, and those projects are under the gun to be completed. Therefore, they need to ensure that those timelines and project schedules stay on track. And those are the projections that we have. Those challenges, of course, of supply chain issues, manpower issues, housing challenges are very real. We've made very conservative estimates on these numbers. We have 200 projects. We tried not to think pie in the sky and create a factor for some of the challenges that can exist to make our numbers more realistic. Any questions? Senator.
Just real quickly, is Reichel Center one of your projects?
Reichel Center is one of our projects.
Do you have an update on that?
Yes. So there's some work that was completed on the Reichel Center that triggered additional questions from FEMA and funding. Dr. Hall reached out to me, and we're now in conversations with the university to provide FEMA with the necessary documents to support the cost to completely repair the Reichel Center.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Williams-Octolin. Our last presenter on paper is the economic update from the Bureau of Economic Research. I think we have Ms. Bernicia Liburd to present.
Pleasant good afternoon. Good day, Governor, Lieutenant Governor, all honorable senators, listening audience. I will be presenting on behalf of Dr. Allison Degazan. We could just go ahead to slide 2, because I know everybody tired. To slide 2. Total visitor arrivals been as high as since 2019. In 2019, the territory welcomed 2.1 million visitors. We saw a decline due to the pandemic of almost 70%. Then in 2021, we began seeing visitors again. In 2022, the territory saw over 100% robust increase of visitor arrivals with 1.6 million visitors. Next slide, please. There was 7.1 overall increase of air arrivals in 2022 when compared to the air arrivals of 2021. Next slide. Air arrivals for the first quarter of 2023 has increased 15.5% from the first quarter of 2022. The first quarter of 2023, we welcomed 1,144 visitors. Next slide. Cruise arrivals have shown an exponential increase in FY 2022 with 851,766 cruise visitors compared to 2021. Next slide. Cruise arrivals for the first quarter of 2023 has increased 78.6% from the first quarter of 2022. In FY 2022, hotel guest registrations has also shown an increase of 11.8% with 686,742 guest registrations. The first quarter of FY 2023 in hotel guest registrations registered 268,419 guests compared to the 160,000 in the first quarter of FY 2022. That is a 69% increase. Next slide, next slide. Yes. The Bureau of Economic Analysis has announced that they will release the 2021 USVI GDP numbers tentatively scheduled for May 2023. And that's it. Thank you. Any questions? Yay! Amazing.
Thank you very much, Ms. Liebert.
You're right.
So, Mr. Post Auditor, I actually would love for you to come and give a few remarks, just because you are new. This is our first year with you. New to us, new to the panel, new to the Revenue Estimating Conference. So just a couple words from you before we start going through the wrap-up process.
Thank you. Well, you know, auditors are not speakers, right? We speak in terms of numbers. But of course, I'm grateful for this opportunity. I am humbled in a sense. This gives me a chance to work with all three branches of government during my whole career. I actually did work with the legislative branch. I would hope that what my experience or people's experience with me would be that we can just raise our game. Raise our game. I believe that we're supposed to be value added and make a contribution to increasing the value of the product and the services wherever we are. If it means that sometimes someone is being critical of something that we do, we should never take it personal. We should say that is an opportunity for me to get better. As I often tell my former students, because I was a professor, as I tell them, everything you do is on resume building. You're building your resume. And so that's what the focus should be. So I look forward as a post auditor, along with the chair of our committee, to make sure that we've raised our game. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we have come to the end of... Wait, one second.
I have a burning question. I made a note of it in my phone. So it was supposed to be a question that I asked the Commissioner of Labor, and it's tied to the FUTA and the fact that we have this outstanding debt. And of course, that the new variation rate is going to increase significantly. So it means that our businesses are going to be hit harder. And then it means that it's going to trickle down to us, correct? So how can we, do we have any opportunity, and this one is for the governor, do we have any opportunity to use any of our ARPA money to help to buy down this debt? Because I think it's an important consideration, an important conversation, because, you know, when the commissioner mentioned it, it kind of seemed like it was a very fleeting conversation, but it has a very huge impact. So, how can we help?
In the
What can we do?
shortest answer in the history of the Virgin Islands, no. I mean, what we can...
Why?
No, because WAPA, I mean, you know, the things that we would have been able to do, we can do because of WAPA. We've been paying on the electrical subsidy for months now, and we're trying to get them on their feet. But what we can do is we could cut the unemployment rate, the unemployment payout from 66% to 50% and cut it from 26 weeks to 13 weeks. That way you have less money going out and more money will be paid in every year. We had it on ARPA as like a last option if we got to, remember we got 4 years to spend ARPA and we spent it at a faster clip than we had anticipated because of the energy crisis. So I'm not saying, right now it doesn't look good, but I'm not saying we couldn't put 20 million or so. But the businesses, as a former commissioner of labor, I like to remind the business that for 20 years they didn't pay a dime. For 20 years they didn't pay a dime. So and then since I left, when we made some changes before I left, and the variable rate used to be back in the day, it used to be so much money going into the system that it became overfunded. The legislature, not y'all, lowered the rate to 0, so nobody was paying anything for like 20 years. So what happened is we hit a recession. Now that we're doing well, let them pay now. Because when we get bad again, then we can reduce the rates again. But for now, let's reduce the benefits and reduce the time, reduce the benefit amount, and I think that's the most prudent thing to do quickly.
So I'm not going to go back and forth with you on it because you came up with some sort of a solution, but I think it's something that we really need to look at and move swiftly on how to address it, because it is going to impact inflation in the territory.
Well, it will. You know, and I always tell people, the unemployment insurance fund does not belong to the government or the Virgin Islands.
Correct.
It belongs to the businesses. That's their fund. We just administer it for them. It stops them from getting sued. When you collect unemployment insurance, you forego your ability to sue the business for wrongful discharge and all the other stuff. So, we just got to figure out a way to get it done. The other thing to do is Congress. A lot of states now have gotten out of it. For us to ask Congress to reduce our rate or to do something through the delegate is an idea that we may look at as well too. Because in the States, you have so many payers into the system, it's nothing for them to recover. But for us, we don't have a large workforce. It's actually shrank over the years. So it's hard to get it paid back. I don't see a way out of that unless we do that. The other thing that we did was the government now pays back what it owes because the government is on a reimbursement system. I also, when I was at Labor, I put in the penalty to pay the taxes. I mean, the interest on the loan that we have as well too. So since I left, nothing has been done in terms of those rates. So I'm sure we could get together and work something out.
Yeah, I really think it is worth a deeper dive conversation. So I look forward to us having that discussion.
And the last thing I wanted to say is that, Vincent, there's always opportunity in the executive branch in case. I've seen their budget. It's not that big. You could come over and work for the real money. I didn't know you were on the market. Thank you for exhibiting your expertise here so we can see how good you really are.
Thank you for that. And just to piggyback on the governor's comment back to APA and what we can do, the final rule actually only allows us to pay into it to the level it was at the beginning of the pandemic. So that is the cap. You cannot, there are a number of things you can't do. So yes, while we would love to have been able to pay a significant sum to it, we can't. It won't allow us, the final rule will not allow us to do that. Okay, so just want to put that out there. But again, I want to thank everybody for coming out today. I'm going to, final words will come from the Lieutenant Governor and the Governor. But for me, I would just want to say thank you, especially to my staff at the Office of Management and Budget. You guys rock. Thank you, thank you, thank you. My Media One team always have my back. Thank you to you, Jenny. Always, always. I can't do anything without her. So I thank you all for coming, and to all the support staff, the caterers, everybody, thank you again. Lieutenant Governor Roach, you will give your final remarks, and then Governor Bryan will close us out. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Director O'Neill. Oh, I'm sorry. I always want to say Senate President. It hasn't lodged in yet. So I won't be very long, but I also just wanted to thank everyone for coming and participating, because I think in these conversations we really have the opportunity to direct revenue to improve the lives of all Virgin Islanders. I'm very pleased that we were hearing kudos during the presentations. The chamber recognized how Commissioner Evangelista has improved the whole licensing application process. We had the kudos, the DMV, how they have improved the processes in their area. I want to shout the praises of my own team, which I remind you is the second largest generator of revenue for the government of the Virgin Islands. A significant accomplishment, oh, my friend, good. Significant accomplishment for our office was the online portal. We have improved in so many ways the ability of people to discharge their obligations to the government of the Virgin Islands, and we have done it in a sensitive way that recognizes the financial difficulties that people are experiencing, even in this time when it seems like we have a lot of money all over the place. And I really, really appreciate the dedication of all the government employees who are so diligent in the work that they do. We know that government employees always get the bad rap, but I have had the distinct privilege of working with people across the agencies and across the departments who are really dedicated to this place and to the people of this place. And I thank you all so very much for the good work that you do, because we serve all of the people, and the mission of improving the lives of each and every single person, I think we all hold dear. So thank you so very much.
All right. Governor Ryan, you're up.
Good afternoon, everybody. Once again, I departed for a while. That's why we end in on time, because if I stayed here, that asked so many questions, we'd been here till 5 o'clock. I want to, and I love it when I get these opportunities to speak with our rank and file and the legislative branch. The one thing that we haven't seen or shown up here is the expenses. It's good to show revenue. Revenue is great, but because of the rate of inflation, the rate of power and everything, we have actually we're not as good off as we look, as well off as we look, because our expenses are rising with our revenue. Things we need to pay attention to. What isn't getting paid? Waste management has a large bill. Haulers are asking for 3 times what they were paid before to take trash to the dump. We still have at least about $20 million there that hasn't been paid. WAPA, we like to act like it's another entity, but it is part of the government and poses a serious threat to us. They have $60 million in lines of credits to the bank, thereabouts. We still fight them with VTOL to get that paid, and our light bill in terms of our energy, oil we're spending for gas, hasn't gone down that much. We got some real threats there. The hospitals, even though I gave each of them $10 million, Snyder Regional has really, really old equipment that they need to replace that's not covered by FEMA, dialysis machines and other equipment they need to make them viable to get their self going. Schneider, JFL in St. Croix, they just got a new building, but as you know, like some 30–40% of the Virgin Islands is insured, so we still have a large amount of money that the hospitals don't collect every year. So they need money as well. So there are a lot of other bills that are associated in different departments, the unemployment insurance being one of them. Workers' comp, we're way behind. Those rates need to be adjusted too. We owe millions of dollars to doctors and the hospital legislature. If you give the hospital any money, please deduct it from our workers' comp bills and everything that we owe them. Cigna is going up again, and we need to talk about, the government has now absorbed 4 times. Every year I've been governor, we ate it. So this time it's going up again. You know, the employees have to look at that. Wages on a whole. People are coming to the Office of Collective Bargaining and the governor are making ridiculous demands in wages. I know people in the States making more money, but we can only pay what we make. We still have $160 million that we owe maybe it's 140 now, in retro pay. 140 we still owe in retro pay to employees. And every time I turn around, I see another bill come from somewhere with people who said we owe them money. Every time, right? So, yes, it looks good, but I think we should have an expense conference that show. No, I'm serious. We should have an expense conference that shows all the things that are not getting paid that we've ignored. I mean, we have a massive government workforce. The court, they're not here today, but they asked us for $10 million in ARPA. WICO, we gave them $2. They want another $2 million. We're about to put up $3.2 million to the port for them to do pre-development costs on the airport, a loan that they're requesting. So, you know, there's still a lot of stuff out here. East End Medical Center, Frederick Said Healthcare, they need money too. I get all the requests at Government House. Just call me Banco Popular. But we need to sit down and talk about those things and how wages are affecting these government offices, because, you know, at some point we're going to have to stop paying it. I mean, and even just to put the stuff in perspective, where Ray is, well, Commissioner Martinez will tell you, in order to get a police chief now, he needs to pay $115,000 because the police officers make so much. Engineers, everybody's getting more expensive. Teachers' contracts has gone up to about 48. We're in negotiations again at the end of this year. This is the last year of the contract. We have 32 different shops. And I know it'll be controversial, but we gotta figure out a way to get the pay scales in government to align so that, you know, if you're working in OMB with the same position as finance, you're making $90,000 more than the next person. So a lot of work to do there, but this was a good conference. I'd just like to put things in your mind to think about, because we're making a lot of money, but we still have a lot of unpaid bills. I won't get to even the roads that need to get done. Not every road is federally funded. Roads that need to be paved, public housing that needs to be built. We have this VI Slice program now. We anticipate a whole lot of building to go on because of that. But not to be gloom and doom, but I always like to manage expectations when we come to these conferences in terms of that. And to do all of this with the same amount of employees we had in 2007, because we're not seeing any great advances. Other things that the legislature I would like you to look at while I'm here too is millennials are resigning because they're hitting 10 years and they don't want to be vested in a retirement system. We need a trigger clause that says, if you don't want to be vested at 10, no problem, you could vest at 15, but it reduces the amount of percentage you get for those 10 years when you retire. So Tier 1 people get 2.5% for every year. If you decide not to vest at 10, you vest at 15 for the first 15 years that when you retire, you only get 2% instead of 2.5%. Things like that to encourage people to stay on in the workforce, and some bonuses or something to get people back into the workforce with a condition that you're going to work 5 years, 3 years, or whatever. We have a long recovery to go, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to be doing this for the next 10, 15 years. So y'all who in here, all you talented individuals watching, retirement is off the pages for now. We're going to close the retirement section at GRS. Nobody leaves the government. And I just want to thank you for the work today, and to remind Vincent that you have a home in the executive branch. Have a good day.